Hello. Okay. How's it going? We're gonna start on Squirtle plush today. Gnats, man, I hate summertime. Ugh. I got new color that I like better for the shell. Squirtle shell. Very pretty. It's like reddish. Look at the like the Squirtle shell red. It's like reddish coppery. So pretty. There's also a lighter copper I got too, but I think I like, I don't know, I like both, but I can't decide. They're both good. It depends on the reference, I guess. Like, this is like the perfect kind of red turtle shell, reddish brown. But then, like, sometimes it'll be looking more brown too. So I don't know. They're both good. I really like how it pops on the blue. I don't know. They're both nice. So maybe I'll use both in the shell. Make it like tortoise shelly. It'd be kind of cool. They're the same thickness, roughly. But yeah. They're pretty. Pretty color options. He's naked! Ah! This is the belly color. I think it looks really nice with like the reddish copper, but also the brown, so it's like, I don't know. I'll have to figure out how I can, maybe there's like a technique where I can use both at the same time to make it multicolored. Use 2 color yarns. Oh no. Double stranding. Oh my gosh. That looks cool, but also kind of crazy. Well, I don't know now. I'll figure that out when I come to the shell. I think I gotta start with the blue first. It's making a squirrel. Squirt out. We're probably gonna have to make another magic ring. That'd be my guess. How did I know? Oh man. But first, before we start it, I bought some accessories to make life easier that I want to put together. There's a yarn winder so I can have a tangle-free roll. There's also I got a tension holder to try, or a tension ring. I got some bigger longest stitching needles. And I bought a yarn holder that can also hold your phone for references. Well, like it holds it while you're doing it. So after you wind it, you pop it in on here, and then it's not all getting under your chair and shit. So this probably requires, I would assume, the most assembly, so we'll start with this. Oh, and I also bought a blocking board that you can put pegs in to take the hexagons and trapezoids that we're going to make for the turtle shell and flatten them so they're not all wonky looking. Make them nice and pretty. So let's see, put some Pokemon jazz music. I got installation instructions. For those of you who didn't see the completed Charmander, this is my first crochet project ever. I like how he turned out. I learned a lot while making him. And I think I'm using the same pattern maker for Squirrel and Bulbasaur and the same yarn size, so I think they'll be roughly the same size as him. He's so cute. His neck, my tension was off, and so his neck, he's kind of tilting his head like a dog, but it's okay. That makes him cuter. It's all right. He has personality, a little sassy mander, and he has like a little spine on his tail now because I wanted it to stick up more, so I was pulling it with skip stitches. But I think it looks okay because he's a little dragon boy. It's all right. But he's cute. He's very cute. All right, get the base out. I also bought some yarn organizers. You can see them on the tack room doors back there. And I got some yarn for my project after the starters. Just because I saw it and I was like, I have to get the supplies for this. Molly the duck from Animal Crossing, but I'm making it with the fuzzy yarn, like the furry yarn, so it'll look like a fluffy duckling. Anyways, so that's a project for after the starters, so you're gonna be putting this shit together. Okay, so step 1, bolts. can't... I don't know which one. They're not labeled. Wait, where's the long bolt? Am I missing one? Uh-oh. Wait, no. No, here it is. Okay. Okay. It's like doing Legos, but more boring. Good thing I got big hands. Shit. Long fingies. An IKEA street. No, this is Amazon. Much easier than IKEA. Okay. So we got this. And the next step. Pop this in here. Oh, magnetic. Hey, yo. The future is now. I'm in my grandma era. I got my yarn. My crochet. Ooh, okay. Snazzy. All right. Is that it? Shoo. Then you got your little phone holder. Or you can go like boom, I guess. Well, I have a weird case on, but it's probably easiest for me. This can hold needles or stitch markers or whatever. Woohoo! I assume these are to put on the bottom. I don't know what else they would be. I don't know what way is best. I guess one on here. One over here. And then I don't want to cover up the those screws. Let me try putting it there. I don't know if that'll make it not even. Let me see. Yeah, a little bit. I'll just put it over the screw then. You can always take it off later. Yeah, okay. It's fine. Less slippage. In theory. I don't remember it having these things, like the dangly bits. But I guess. Okay. That one's done. Let me see this here tension holder. I don't know my knife. Oh, I need a knife. Oh, here it is. Congratulations on existing. Thank you. Alright. Given my instructions. This had mixed reviews. Some were like, so helpful, life-changing. Others were like, piece of shit. And I'm hoping that it's user error. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. These instructions seem fairly thorough. Okay, so it looks like it lets you hold on to your piece, and then the tension is like rigged through here. I mean, it looks like it would be helpful if the yarn doesn't get stuck. Right? I don't know. It said it was adjustable for different sizes, so we will find out. But the assembly is done, though. I'll figure out how to do that in a little bit. I'll figure it out. I did buy a tension ring, too, which is like a similar concept, just to see which one was more comfortable. Oh, dragon tension ring. Or whatever. I don't know. We'll see. I got to look up how to use this too, probably. I don't know if this be up or down. I would assume like this, because then is that enough space for the yarn, though? Maybe I have to make it looser. Like that? I don't know. I'll figure it out. And then I got a yarn winder. Let's see. Open. Sesame. This had good reviews. Looks like some assembly might be required though. Not too much, I don't think. Put this up your butt. Damn, I don't know if that's where that goes. I'm not sure how safe this is. This goes here. Is this supposed to stick out? No, there we go. And then screw it in place. Oh no, this part. Secure. Hey, where's the screws? Oh, here's the screws. Okay. With one screw. Type D. Okay, well... I guess they're just giving me extra screws then. They gave me 3 of the same one. Okay. Let me put this in here. All right. Long way down. All right. Or not. Never. It seemed like it was tight. I guess I missed the whole of the other part. Usually my holes get screwed. I don't screw holes. So, you know, I am out of practice, okay? I'm sorry. Never a woman do a man's job. Alright. Oh. Yeah, I did miss it. Okay. Get in there! Alright. Now I can see it. Screw is so tiny, making my hand cramp. That's too small. Almost went down my cleavage. I have an electric drill. I just didn't want to walk across and get it. Okay. This goes in the circle. Screw part B into part C. Oh, there's a screw? Oh, it just meant turn. Okay. Secure the machine to your desktop by clamping it down, tightening the clamp. Oh, I guess the assembly's done. Huzzah! Oh shit. I hope it's not. Do I have to take it out and redo it? Let me try taking this off, see if I can get it past the other piece. Yay! Okay. Let me take my mat up. This looks like a satellite. Come in, Star Command. Alright, seems pretty secure. Oh, and this spins. Okay. Oh, it's gotta spin. Thread the yarn through the lowest hole in the yarn guide. Alright. I get my yarn. Oh, let me actually practice first with some leftover yarn I have. For Charmin. Practice run. Okay. Do I have to untangle it manually first? Probably. Gotta make sure it's... If I had a cat, they'd be going crazy right now. He does a great workout. My arms are feeling it, actually. The back of my delts. Oh, see, okay, okay. This is where the tangle is. Right at the end. Aha! Okay. Let's see. Oh, I gotta plug it in. there's a loop on my drawer here. Hold the end. Okay. I need somewhere to plug it in at. All my sockets are type C. Oh, maybe does this have power? This could work. Yes. All right. Now it says the yarn through the lowest hole. Okay. Winding bulky yarns machine may stop due to big friction. Please skip the first spring. Then restart the machine. Wait, so don't go to the spring? Okay. So it's I guess I'll worry about that if it stops. We'll try it with it. I'll follow instructions first. I don't know if this is that bulky. Okay. I guess this is holding it here. Okay. Oh, all right. Is that it? Now, okay. Nothing's happening. If it's supposed to be, it doesn't tell me what to do next. Maybe this isn't powerful enough. It might need to be actually plugged in. This might not suffice. Let me see. I have to go find an empty port. Let me try this one. Alright, let's see if it's... Ah! Wow. That's pretty cool. Oh! Oh well, it's already in there. We'll just hope it's fine. I mean, it's better than before. Cool. I'm pretty happy. This is like $30 or something. Pretty good investment. I feel satisfied. Cool. It's getting big. Some chunk. Yep. Okay. We're done. That was so fast. It wound that faster than I unwound it. That's kind of crazy. I don't even know where the piece went to... Oh, here it is. Okay. What do people normally do for the tailpiece? How do they secure it? Cool! I like it. It's like a toilet paper roll. Maybe I'll just tuck it into the middle with the other side. That's fine. That was pretty cool. It's very satisfying. Let me show y'all my yarn holders now. My big yarn holders. Yarn storage, whatever. Organization. Let me see. IRL Pro. Where you at? Where you at? Okay. Yeah. Very nice. Now let me put this up here for now. Sorry, got extra. It's gonna go right here. This is just a little piece I had. It'll come in handy. Big enough to do something with. So put that behind it. Look at this. It's a yarn hotel. These are like special shiny fat ones. Shiny yarns. These are oranges, yellows. Potentially charmeleon use later. Those are the ones that failed. The cake yarn and the really big yarn. I didn't end up making a jumbo charmander. I put my other jumbo yarns in here because they take up so much space. So I put down here. And we got black, got white, and some cream beige. These are this is the fuzzy ones, like these three, and these are gonna be used in my Molly the Duck project, and she's like a little green dress. So I got different options to try to make that with. But look how fuzzy it is. So she's gonna be a little fuzzy duckling. This is for her beak. Some options, her cheeks. And then the yellow fuzzy. I'm not sure I want light yellow or darker yellow. The darker yellow is coming in this week too. Fuzzy. Fuzzy! But yeah, some more stuff might be in already. I have to check. Let's wind the smaller amount of that same yarn. It's kind of satisfying from this angle too. One sec. Put this. It's gotta go in the hole. Get in the hole. If there's a hole, there's a goal. Make sure this is tangle free. Should be, but just in case. Yes. Okay. And then you just go. And then you wait. So satisfying. It's like spaghetti on the ground. And then just stop it. And then lift it. Just gotta tuck it in the middle with the other piece side. My little bundle of spaghetti. Bloop. Okay. Alright, let's do the Squirtle one, I guess. Squirtle! In case I need more of this, let me take a picture of what the info is. There's the color. Bright Sage. There we go. Bit. Okay. It's gonna take a while. But it'll make it easier in the long run. I love this color. It was like the perfect Squirtle color. It's like that misty aqua. So pretty. I really like the Charmander. I'm just so happy that it turned out like actually proportional to the anime. I think it looks better than most official Pokemon plushie proportions. I'm like very excited now for the other two. To have a matching set of life-size starters. Do 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 do. Do do. Maybe one day I'll make a life-size Charizard that I can ride on, like make it like structured. I don't know. That sounds like a very long project though. Probably not gonna happen if I get a ranch. I'll be way too busy. But it would be cool. It would be cool. He's actually not that big. He's like 5 feet or something, Charizard? Something like that. He's not as big as you'd think he is. According to the Pokedex. Yeah, only Japanese children can fly on him. True. Let me see if I can go like this. There we go. Maybe. I wonder how they make yarn in a factory. Probably a YouTube video on it. How this kind of like fluffy yarn is made. Oh shit. It don't dropped. Come back. There it is. Ugh. Okay. The only thing I'm worried about is this, like, being too big to wind. But even if I can't wind all of it, I could have, like, 2 different bundles, I guess, on the same string. Still more manageable. Oops. Get in there. There we go. Okay. Hold on, let me, nah, I guess that's fine actually. That's good. Now we wait. This one seems to be winding more neatly. Maybe the texture is better than the orange. It does look like cotton candy, kinda, yeah. If I give tension to the thread, maybe it'll be smaller. Maybe, I didn't think about that, but oh well. Too late! But see what I mean? I feel like it might get too big for this. I don't know. We'll see. I'll slow it down a little bit, maybe. Just in case. Yeah, it stopped because it's too big. And so let me start the next one. They can still be on the same string, I think. They'll just have to, you know, it'll be like, I need to have enough that it can, like, wrap and then grab them together. So I'll start the next one around here. Okay. Oh, we're going that way? Oh, shit. I didn't think that. I thought we were gonna go. Oh, there. If I hold it. Okay. I don't want to cut it. Let's hold it up. Spiraling the string though. Yeah. This part's getting twisty. On here. We gotta. I guess I could just cut it, because I can always retie them together. It's fine. I've done it for Charmander, it's not a big deal. I can work around it. untwist this. I'll go put this piece back there for now. Keep it nice. All right. It's so satisfying to watch. It reminds me of like apple pie topping, like the interlacing. Yeah, spinning emotes. Let me untwist this here. Like this is a little twisty. There. It's better. Faster! I wonder if it'll all fit on this one. Hopefully. There's not that much of it left, but it's also getting kind of big. Okay. I thought I was gonna pull up a knot. I was like, no! But it worked itself out. I think it might fit. We might get lucky. Hey! I think we've done it! Huzzah! Barely. But we did it! Okay. So, Squirtle. I'll go on here now. Our hanging yarn holder. And now I'm gonna get the other colors for Squirtle. The yellow. Let me take a picture of this one too. It's Mojave Desert color. I like this color. It's pretty. For the belly. Okay, which side is... Where's the tail? What the fuck? Hello? Where does it start? What is this bullshit? This is why this is good to do. I'll find it eventually. Where are you, tail? Aha! I found one. Aha! Oh my gosh. Hello. There's the tangle. Okay. Let's start this here. Goodness. Oh, yeah. Yes. There we go. Getting there. That's okay. There we go. Do. So it's getting there. They've pre-bid the zebra. It's still up to 15,000 so far. I don't know why they're pre-bidding. I hate people sometimes. It's like, stop. The auction day is not even till July 5th, so they're just bidding it up like 15 days in advance for no reason. Like, what? What are y'all doing? I don't know if they realize that or what. It's like y'all are just making the starting price for when it comes into the ring more expensive to compete with the people in person there and other people online on that day, because before it doesn't matter. Like, what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? Hey, it's like, what? Why? I don't understand. It's not wild. It's raised in captivity. It's tamed and it's broke to ride. It's far from wild. It's basically a colorful pony at this point. That zebra has never seen a lion, never lived a day on the savannah. Knows nothing of the struggle of survival. But he cute. Okay. I'll try giving it some light tension just to see what happens. Nope, that doesn't work. You can't give it light tension. It pulls it right out. At least not at first. Now let me try. Oop, there's a... Oh well, it'll have to just be there. We'll deal with it later. I probably won't get to that part since it's on the inside, because I'm only doing the belly with this color. So it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, I'm gonna put some lines on the belly too. I have different yarns, like small yarn options for that. It feels very satisfying, this soft yarn running through my hand as I hold the tension. I have to sit far back because of the piles. I don't want to run my computer chair over the pile of spaghetti. It literally looks like a pile of spaghetti right now. Ah, my spaghetti! My spaghetti! Big mess! Mamma mia! It's everywhere. Oodles of noodles. But so satisfying result. Not my spaghetti. Just getting bigger and bigger. It's getting to the end of what the width will let me do, unless I hold it out more. There, yeah, maybe I'll hold it out. It's like a cheese wheel, exactly. Hey, it all fit. Nice. Haha! There we go. Beautiful! Very nice. I'll keep it back there. I'm gonna do the shell colors too. See, these are the different shell colors that I'm debating. These are close. This is a little more like red tone. I think between these three, I like these two better, just because they're a little more red, and his shell's kind of reddish brown. So I don't know yet. See, this one I think is the closest to like the copper red looking shell that I see as the most popular color palette, and then this one is more like the brown color palette. I don't know which one I like more. I love both. I don't know if I should utilize both somehow. I don't know. They're both good. See, like the color schemes, I could see either working. Maybe I'll make like a hexagon with each one and then see which look I like better, because this is more shiny, which could either look good or look bad depending on how it looks in the design. And this is more uniform. This one will, the good thing about this one though is it would definitely show the contrasting lines better of the black, because I think black on brown gets kind of hard to see. But we'll see. Yeah. But I'll wind up both for now. You mix them together. I had that thought too. Not sure. And I could use the dark brown if I didn't want to use black for like the contrasting lines on the red. It might be dark enough, but I have a lot of different options for that. Even like thinner yarn too. Or I have like a black with metallic thread in it, like a glittery black thread too that's soft. So there's lots of options for it, but for now we'll just wind them. But yeah, this color was hard to find. Like I finally found it online because it's like I was looking for that perfect red brown in this specific type of yarn, like the soft, in this exact size with some slight sheen to it. It was on Amazon called Fox as the color. Fox colored yarn. It was the only one I found, and I was like, oh. Very pretty. I think I got 2 bundles of it as well, but I don't think I'll need that much, because it's just a shell, like outside. I think I got 2. The other one should be somewhere. Somewhere around here, I think. I don't know if this winder would deal fuzzy yarn well. I don't know if it would make it shed from the springs. I have to see. Like the furry yarn, I mean. Faux fur. This is the marinara sauce for the spaghetti. Thank you for the biddies. 2,000 biddies. Sheesh. Thank you. Ah. Hold on. We got the tangle. Okay. Yo, guys. Switch method. Oh my goodness. The other side of it. I have to find it. Whoa. Oh, wow. Okay. It just gets everywhere. Get off my chair. Okay. See if I can untangle this without getting it all knotted up and trapped. There we go. Alright. There we go. Smooth sailing now. Maybe. It was. Stop. You were untangled before. Stop it. Bed guard. Yep. There. It's like threading a sewing machine, but much easier. This was the best thing I bought this week. So easy, so satisfying. Oh, there's a fuzz on my fingers that pulled up from the floor. Yeah, well. Where? Let's see the fuzz. Think of this up. Ultima Ponta. Thank you. Kind of reminds me of the rubber band balls. Woohoo! Okay. I'm gonna put this at the back. Actually, I'm gonna put it back here for a sec. That way I can compare the colors when the others wound up. Let me take a picture of it with the label. No, this is the... What color was this? I'll have to look at my Amazon listing, I guess. Doesn't say the color on here. How do I have the same hobby as your grandma, mom, and aunt? I don't know. It's a pretty common thing for bored women to do. Good to have hobbies. I'm not really a fan of crochet blankets, but I like cardigans and I like plushies. I just feel like crochet blankets get stretched out too much. You got your toesies poking through. Some people like that though. Did you hear the new Taylor Swift Toy Story theme song? Yeah, it's okay. Better than her other weird music that she's released lately, but still mid in general. Doesn't beat the Jesse's song When Somebody Loved Me from Toy Story 2. That was a better song. Somebody loved me. Everything was beautiful. Every hour spent together. I don't remember all the words, but that was a good song. String's kind of crimpy. I think being in a roll will help it not be as crimpy. Not as wavy. You know? I don't watch the World Cup, so whoever you want to win is good with me. Is Scotland still in the tournament, or did they lose? Hold on. I got a hair wrapped around my finger. Still in? I have a conspiracy theory that Scotland's gonna win just so President Trump can tweet about his Scottish heritage. But I'm probably wrong. I just think it'd be appropriate for Scotland to win the World Cup to inaugurate the next steps of the new world order, combining all the governments into the one world government, and then Trump being like, yes, my Scottish heritage to become world leader, as my name means in Gaelic, world leader, literally, the Donald. I don't know. It'd be kind of interesting. His name actually does mean that. Trump is German? I mean, if you go back farther than that. Before they moved to Germany and pretended to be German, they were, I believe, Scottish. I think. That's what my research said. The British Crown would never agree to allow Scotland to think highly of themselves. I'm not sure about that, since they had that bee symbolism for the Freemason, Illuminati, whatever the fuck, at the White House, and the Brits were there, signaling Trump as the leader now, or something. Anyways, that's just a conspiracy theory, though. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Alright. They're pretty. So this one's more shiny, but this one is more red, like the reference color. So I don't know. I mean, this is reddish brown, but this is definitely more true to the color, I think. So we'll just see what looks better as a hexagon. Pretty, pretty. I had 2 fox colors of the yarn. I opened 2, I think. Where did it go? Crazy. Let me check my Amazon order. Oh no, here it is. Okay. It fell on the other side of my bucket. Okay. But I'm not gonna wind it right now. I'm just gonna put it back in the bag. I don't know if I need it yet. Okay. It's good for now. Let us begin the magic ring. Put this back with my other stuff. I guess I can put on this table. And then this one. In case I need it again. Trash. Trash. Should order some food. I'm getting hungry. Order some Euro King. Lamb over rice. Go. Plug my phone in. Open my pegboard. See, this is something you put flat shapes on that you've crocheted, like to the shell. After you do them, after you do like the hexagon shape, I would put it with the little needles on the pegboard, and then I would flatten it with like a steamer, so it's not all weird shaped. To make it easier to connect them all. Just got the pegs. The Congress released new UFO stuff. Not that I know of. I don't think so. I haven't heard anything. This is what I used for Charmander. So I guess I don't know. What is this? This thicker? This thinner? It says technically it's the same, but it feels a little thinner. Maybe I should use 5.5. Yeah, maybe I'll do 5.5. See how it looks for this. And if it's too hard, I can change it. There's a tension ring here too, I think, actually. I'll try both. See which contraption I like better. Okay. Try this thing first. This looks fun. If it can get it to work. Although, this might be better when I have a bigger piece to hold on to. But let's see if I can get the idea. Oh, the index and middle fingers. Oh, it's pretty comfy, actually. How do I thread it? Unscrew the knob. Okay. Okay. And then this goes like that. Okay. Wait. No, yeah, that's right. And then tighten the knob until the yarn tail can be pulled smoothly. Okay. Okay. All right. Tail, and then tail comes out here. And it also goes through here. Pass the yarn through the two. One. Okay, yeah. Into the loop. Oh shit, this has different instructions to help you make a magic circle. Ooh. 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 Let me try it. You can use the tool to help make a magic circle. So let me take the tail out of here. Goes at the back. Hold the handle, the groove facing you. Wrap the yarn tail below the groove. And over the handle, okay. Oh, other way. Okay. And catch the yarn. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna take the make this a little tighter. Okay, into the groove, into the circle. Right. And this is my first loopy. Okay. Well, it is easier for the magic circle. This helps keep things organized. I like it. Let me pull this tight. Okay, okay. That's one. It's me to mark the stitch. My first stitch. Well. Okay. Now. This will be 2. 3. 4. 5. And 6, I believe. Hopefully that is correct. Now let's pull the tail to see if it'll tighten like normal. Let me pull it out this way. Oh, is it too tight? It might be too tight of a hook. I think it might be too tight. Pity. Might have to do 6. Oh, Charmin is behind me. Oh well. Let's do a bigger hook size then. Is the slip... Oh, wait. Wait, no. Oh, maybe there's just a knot on here somewhere. Or maybe this is twisted, because it pulls the other way. Weird. Okay, well, how come... What is happening? Oh, there we go. Maybe. Oh, now it's coming. It was just a snag on that particular string, I guess. There. We did it! Huzzah! Okay. So I'm gonna put my loop in here. So if I pull it, if I have to pull it out, I know where it is. Alright, now I'm gonna write down where we're at. Came from Reddit. He's posting me on Reddit. Thanks Thoth for gifting 5 subs. What Reddit thread am I on? What if I was on a crochet thread? I doubt it. Wouldn't that be so funny? Like subby so. I don't know where my pen went. Just find my bag somewhere. Oh. Good with the pen. This works. Okay. So, Squirtle. No, actually, this writes like dog shit. I don't like how that feels. Ooh, blue. The blue. Ooh, yes, that's good. Squirtle. Alright. These are my pattern instructions. They're here. I mean, this was my first crochet. My Charmander. It was a learning project. Now I gotta make him some buddies. Thank you. Yeah, make some buddies. Alright, so we did the first step. And I learned that it helps to like write what color markers are where on here. So we have magic ring. We got on this side marker is red for the first stitch. And then we did another marker that is The dark blue. Okay. So, actually, I'm gonna put it in this area. This is better. Dark blue. Okay. So now, step 2. Okay, it was increase in each stitch. Okay. So, it should be 6 increases. Alright. So each increase is 2 stitches for a total of 12 in the row. Math! Yeah, I like the big one. This also counts stitches. I'm just finding all kinds of contraptions. And counts rows too. So we are on row 2. Put the stitch counter to 0. Okay. Now let me get my contraption here. Using this for the first time. I think it'll be useful. It seems pretty nice. So I put it in the first stitch. And then I gotta pull a loop through. Oop, I chained accidentally. Come out here. Yep. And then pull through here. And then we're gonna go through it again. Get in there. It's kind of a tight fit. Nope. I will find it. Give me the hole. And almost. It actually might be. No, is that correct? No, that is correct. Okay. Okay. Whoops. Just gonna. There we go. I like this tension holder thingy. It's nice. Okay. So I did 1 increase so far. My music. Ooh, gold, silver, jazz. So now I gotta see where the. I think this is the next stitch over. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. If I put my corner of my nail in, I think that might help. Maybe. Keep my spot for the increase. There we go. Oop, getting a little twisted. There. Okay. So that's my second increase. That should be, add 2 stitch markers to that. Okay. That's third increase. Back in the same hole. Fifth. And then sixth. Right, that's two. Yeah. And then yep, 12. Okay, row 3 now. Let me put another marker on here. Actually, let's put it in here. I don't know. I like. I tend to like putting it on the loop instead. So it like, if I have to pull my stitch out, like on the active loop of it, it's easier to find my spot again if I have to backstep. So, orange. Okay. 3. Step 3. Six. So that's gonna be, it's gonna be alternating single crochet and increase 6 times. So then I'll like have to separate it like that and keep track of it on each line, or else I get distracted and forget what I'm doing. So restart the stitch counter for this row. Okay. I was already through the blue one. Okay, so the next thing. Through here. Next one over. Get in there. Okay. That's our single. And then we're going to do an increase in the next one. Wish it wouldn't be so twisty on here. I think it's just the way that the yarn wrapped around the winder. This is the increase. Okay. Add 2 stitches there. And then we're gonna do check for the increase. And then we're gonna do a regular one over. Oh my gosh. What? This is gonna be a very tight-knit project. It's okay. I think it'll look better though than doing a size 6 if I can manage it. Because Trimander was size 6 and I kind of wish I'd used a smaller hook on him. That's okay. Next one over. Here's the Wait, I don't know now. Let me make sure I did the right one for this. I think I might have skipped one. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Increase is gonna go here. Oh my gosh, so twisty, bro. Okay. So increase. Yeah, I'll just have to untwist it as I go, unfortunately. That's okay. It is what it is. I'll have to wind it better next time. At least this tension holder makes it easier. So this is single stitch. Oops. Increase in the next one. Get some loose. Okay. Single crochet stitch here. Increase in the next one. I might have to cut this tail soon. This tail's annoying as fuck. Grease. Okay, where's my scissors? I'm gonna cut this bitch. Here. Alright. Single one. And then go over. Get in there. One more set. Come on. Come on. Twisty. And then the increase. Okay. And then I'll put another hook on here, yellow. Yellow. Let's switch this with this side. There's my son. He's a good lad. Okay. It looks much better than my other magic circle though, for Charmander. Let's straighten it out a bit. So much nicer. It's my magic circle. Okay. Okay, we're on row 4 now. So now we're gonna do... Oh. What are we doing? Hold on. Oh man, where's my row now? Is it? I'm like, is it on top or is it on the side? Well, if I flip it, no, it's on the side, I think. I think so. That's where I was going before. Yeah, it's the side. Okay. One. And then increase. Right. I'll be doing so twisty. Tighten this a little bit. Two. I'm gonna increase. So twisty. Is it only going through this part? I think so. Can't tell if it's only going through the 2 loops or not. There we go. Okay. Hold on. This is the increase. Okay. Thank you for subbing. One sec. Two. And then I'm gonna increase. I wonder if my food's here yet. Okay. Oh yes, it is. Okay. I'm gonna put a marker in here for now. Yeah, 11. Okay. Go get my food. Let me compare this to the top of Charmander's head. Make sure it doesn't look too much. Yeah, it looks roughly the same. I think the 5.5 is an okay size for the hook. It's not that. It's pretty similar. Pretty similar tension. Okay. I like how this looks though. This yarn texture is nice. It's like smooth when it gets all tightened. Looks really good. It's nice. Alright, but food first. So the good thing about this holder now, I'll have to fix that later, but I can just put both my tension holder and my crochet hook in here. And then I'm like, put it off to the side. Nice and neat. Nice and tidy. Thanks, Non, for gifting a sub. Charizard would be cool, but I just think about how much time that would take. Because I would want to make it life-sized. That's too much time. So much time. Too many hobbies for that. I don't want to make a Charizard that looks the same size as my Charmander, you know? They have to, like, be proportional to each other if I commit to a Pokemon. Or else it bothers me to look at them. Even if it looks good on its own, I'm like, it doesn't match the group now. So, probably be doing small Pokemon. Let me check the Discord, see if y'all have recommended any interesting videos. Oh. Jesse Michaels clips, 8-minute video. Isn't apparently he was talking to someone. They also, we've heard this before from a lady. So they flew UFOs with their mind. Let's hear about it.
While you were at Baker
just like Avatar plugging a ponytail into the Banshee.
Have you fly a craft or lock onto a thing? And
there was another aspect that they were highly interested in developing, and this was something called the Prometheus system. And for those that know the story of Prometheus, like, you know, go figure, right? The bringer of fire to humanity. Of course, they would name this such device called the Prometheus system.
Yeah.
So
I would call it the Faustian system or something.
So just like I've described my interactions with Sylvia, right? Like highly telepathic, right? Just linking through consciousness. That seems to be exactly how most of these UAP, UFO, other materials are interacted with, right? So they're not flown with joysticks. They're flown through the mind, right? And to tie into this, right, I would have examples to where there would be other objects. I would be sometimes brought just into the same, lab environment in Reuben Baker Victory. I wasn't like on an airfield, right? But from that process of, working with my brain waves, getting in a state, it was clear that I was working with something somewhere else, right? So there were examples to where there were objects that I would be asked to shift my conscious awareness in, right? So like, let me back up. Piloting the UAP, right? Piloting whatever it is. Not going to talk about descriptions or anything. Again, flown through the mind. You mesh with it consciously. How do you do that? You take your consciousness outside of your body and you become that object, right? And there's an art and a skill of doing this. So the same way that right now my consciousness feels like it's in my body, I would lay in a deep meditation. I would have some type of, perhaps sedative or some type of, other substance often used, different auditory aids, and shift my consciousness into said object or some vehicle and become it. And from that point of view, actually demonstrate command and control, right? Pilot it up and down, move it left and right. And you would do that by shifting and almost taking advantage. We started this conversation on like observation and awareness.
It
Well, to
sounds like
actually
jack
like
off
send commands and
instructions.
controls and these things, you're doing that through the art of shifting your own
Focus. I can't even do it. I'm fucking banned.
perception and awareness. So, for
I'm
example,
not gonna appreciate the
let's
bit.
say there was an orb or something, and I was asked to fly. Okay, I would shift my consciousness into it, and when that would happen, I would typically experience what I would describe as like a split. If you can imagine like a split screen video game, right? This is all my mind's eye. Imagine a split screen video game where you see something on the left and something on the right. I would basically give these commands and shift my own perspective of myself in said object to get it to move. So on the left-hand side, I would imagine something from the third-person perspective. So I'm imagining the object, my surroundings, what everything looks like around me. And on the right hand or the right hemisphere, I'm imagining my forward-looking first-person perspective. And by the art of flip-flopping the two, I'm like want to travel here from my first person perspective, and then on my third person on my left side, I'm imagining what it looks like and I'm already there. You would actually get this thing to move, right? Now, they had a lot of EEG monitoring on me as I was doing this. And this is where the Prometheus system would come in, right? So a highly gifted psychic kid can mesh their consciousness and get said object or UAP to move. Well, how do we give that power to an Air Force guy, right, who's not have an open consciousness, does not have an open heart? So there was something actually happening at the brainwave level, something, what entanglements were showing, what brainwave spectra were showing.
It's just like when they're trying to get Alphaba to be able to move objects. Her practicing magic sessions. Yeah, we use the force also,
Eyes
basically.
shut, toes clenched. Now, levitate the coin.
Levitate the UFO. Do it. Do it. Why is she green? Because she's an alien. She's a hybrid between that world and the human world or whatever.
It's all right. It takes time. I hear there was an unfortunate disturbance in Dr. Dillerman's class today. That must have been so distressful for you. Well,
Anyways, the rest of it's boring. But yeah, it's basically like, concentrate your mind on it.
I don't know.
Blah, blah, blah.
But from what I understand, what they were trying to do is build a brain neural interface, right? So
Blah, blah, blah.
watching my brain waves as I interacted with this thing, and then creating a mechanistic machine, an interface.
Oh, also the Avatar one. Oh my god, connect it with your ponytail. Is this where he's fighting it or where he mounts it? Oh, I guess I'm going. What if the UFO spot back like that? Connect your brainwaves. Now we're plugged in.
That's right. You're mine.
Claim your UFO. Tackle it out of the air. Fuck it with your pair. And fly that bitch.
Face that would reproduce the brainwave signals that I was sending out. So then you could boil it back down to someone with a controller, right? So now that they have a controller,
Wait, with
I
the
can't
what?
boil it back down to someone with a controller, right?
Oh,
So
with a controller.
now that they have a controller, I can't do this thing myself, but as I push up, it's sending the brainwave that we know Jordan, communicated and move up.
That is wild.
It's a lot quickly.
Being used kind of like as a human joystick or as a bridge to you have the mind meld, and then it's so wild. This is so crazy. But it also dovetails with this kind of book that the Pentagon censored, 7 pages of redactions, this Sentinels of Ether book that Jake Barber put out pseudonymously under the pen name Alva Douglas. And it's all about this. It's all about this, neural interfaces between the brain and these crafts. And that's how you fly them. That's how you actually get them to show up. And what he calls P3s, people with...
That's interesting. So they're using humans to tap into the spirit realm, to pull the other dimensional technology out of that realm and portal to here to crash land it and reverse engineer it. And that's why there's no aliens recovered on the craft. They're piloting it remotely. It sounds like.
Psionic predisposition potentials, and they're sort of flying the crafts. And then you have, like you said, they're the ones who are kind of heart-centered, but they're also sometimes kind of, given a lot of pharmacological aids. That's a total euphemism. They're drugged to get into these states. And then you have people from the Air Force, just ordinary people, using these people to fly the objects. It's really crazy.
Yeah, it sounds incredibly sci-fi, but like that's the reality of it.
That's so wild. And so do you know what you're locking onto? Do you know what the objects are that you're locking onto when you're sitting in this chair? What happens?
So I don't know. How would I say this? I don't know how to answer that like specifically. What I can tell you is like there were different objects.
Okay.
So like just like in the Skywatcher environment, right? Like we were seeing different classes of UAP,
Yes.
right? To my understanding, the military industrial complex has multiple like classes of UAP, right? Some may be the manta ray style, some may be the triangle, some may be this. And every person, right, almost on a consciousness level signal, would perhaps mate up or not mate up with some of them. So it was like, I might work very well with object A, but I can't work with object B or C. And in my localized like testing and experience, like again, this was like 2 years of highly standardized like preparation to get me to a point where I would have been doing that full time, right? But again, it didn't happen in my life story, thank God. So in my experiences, they were highly limited. It was just like, I got the muscle memory, they got to see that I could do it, but it wasn't like I was doing this every day. It wasn't like, hey, go take the UAP and run a mission or something like that.
Yeah.
This year, upgrade your system to a workspace that keeps your team from shattering across dimensions. If you've ever tried to schedule a meeting across 5 time zones and 6 AI sessions across +/quo, no miss.
Okay. What is this? Where is this full thing? Here we go. I mean,
You have one of the most extraordinary stories of anyone I know.
Be sure to tell me the whole story.
By all accounts, I was a normal person. Life was great, things were working out well in my favor, and then things took a turn. Early 2023, I began to unravel.
I'm going
This was
crazy,
like
bro.
very brutal PTSD level of flashbacks. I was remembering having nightmares of being in the labs, being surrounded with people. I was completely removed from the public school system for multiple years of my life.
Shovels mark the start of construction of the new $16 million facility at Baker Victory Services.
I was in the gate classroom. I drank the pink drink. It's just that there was a progression of more.
And what sort of experiments would they have you do, and what would they test you on?
These UAP, UFO, other materials, they're not flown with joysticks. They're flown through the mind. I would lay in a deep meditation, I would have some type of sedative, and shift my consciousness into said object or some vehicle and become it. Pilot it up and down, move it left and right. From what I understand, what they were trying to do is build a brain neural interface that would reproduce the brainwave signals that I was sending out, so then you could boil it back down to someone with a controller.
That is wild.
The people in the program had this thing. They called it a relic. And sitting at the center of the coffee table, it's a literal crystal orb, but the inside of this orb was alive.
Whoa.
And as I locked eye contact with it, the inside structure, it adapts and it like changes.
Oh my God.
And it's almost as if this object, as I'm looking at it, is now looking back at me, right?
Creepy.
Consciousness is actually the root of disclosure. It's you, your disclosure, consciousness, awareness, the fact that the world is not as we see it. It's constantly evolving. Like, that's the epitome of disclosure.
Ignition sequence start. How is this possible?
Nothing too unusual about that.
Their existence cannot longer be denied.
There's a state that researchers call hypnagogia, that threshold between waking and sleep where the brain is doing something genuinely unusual. It's where a lot of people report their most vivid experiences.
Oh my
the
God.
kind of thing that comes
I
up
had
in
a
remote.
terrible dream last night. And you might think this sounds crazy, but it's because I don't normally have bad dreams. So they're just anxious at most. And this one was just racking my anxiety. So my alarm in my dream, like my alarm clock, is just going off. And I press the snooze, keeps going off, like it does not respond to the button. I turn the alarm off physically, it does not go off. I unplug the damn thing, it doesn't go off, like it doesn't stop beeping. I throw it across the room, it doesn't stop beeping. And then it's just like, it sounds like a bomb. It's because it's just going so consistent for like an hour. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with my alarm clock? It will not turn off. This thing is possessed. And then we were going to have, like, in my dream, my uncle was trying to get rid of it too. I could still hear it constantly. He kept, like, leaving it in the room, meaning to take it somewhere else because it was driving me crazy. And I'm like, no, you forgot the thing, because it just kept going on. No, you forgot the alarm clock. No, it's on the table still. I still hear it. And I was getting like really mad at him because he kept forgetting to take it out of the room. And I was like covering my ears, like I'm so annoyed. And then my dogs barked, and then that woke me up actually. And my damn alarm is going off for an hour. I overslept an hour. And I'm like, oh, that's why I wouldn't turn off. I was like so pissed. I was like, what? Oh, it makes sense now. Okay, well. That's a bad dream for me. I don't normally. I have like very mediocre dreams. I don't have nightmares typically, but I also don't have good dreams. Just have irritating dreams.
viewing accounts, other altered states research, and some of the most fascinating conversations I've had on the show. Since moving to Austin, sleep is something I've thought a lot more about, mostly because I don't get a ton of it. Until recently, I was sleeping on a mattress that I've had for the last 10 years, and it was clearly not helping me get the sleep I need. When I finally decided I need to fix that, a friend told me to try Helix, and I'm so glad I did. They actually have a sleep quiz that matches you to the right mattress based on your sleep position, and sleep by sale.
It is one I know. Helix Sleep for sponsoring this extraordinary stories of anyone I know. And you've turned some very dark things in your childhood and life into a very positive mission and message. And I think you're remarkable. And I'm just honored because I know it's not easy for you to do this and to tell your story, that you are doing this on our show. It means a lot to me.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me on, Jesse. This show's been a long time coming, and I'm just as honored to be in the position here to present it with you.
The honor is mine. Why don't we back up to 2023? Because you were, by all accounts, a normal and very high-functioning, successful person. Do you want to describe, just like give a snapshot of your life at the time?
Yeah, definitely. So 2023, I was a very normal, run-of-the-gun person. I was a serial entrepreneur, so I had some successful ventures in business. I worked in the tree care industry. I was working in kind of applied agentic AI in late 2023.
It's early for agentic AI.
Very early. We were doing some cool things with wildfire prevention and very cool, just like next generation research to help utility companies. Super proud of what I was doing at the time. And yeah, by all accounts, outside looking in, as well as from the inside looking at myself, I was a normal person. Success driven, life was great, things were working out well in my favor. And then, as you know, things took a turn. Things took a turn when I kind of went through some personal struggles, was going through some relationship challenges, was also working in the startup field, so just very high stress. And getting into like late 2022, early 2023, just with some triggering things in normal life, I began to unravel, for lack of a better word, and unravel in a sensation that brought back what I could only describe as childhood memories that I had not previously recollected. I was remembering a life that didn't feel like mine. And it wasn't just like simply, hey, I was remembering something all of a sudden. This was like very brutal PTSD level of flashbacks, throwing myself out of bed with nightmares.
A clump of rice was hiding under my lip, and when I drank water, it like swished down my throat and got stuck.
After this kind of triggering moment, just where work was bringing up against my relationship changes, all of it came flooding back to where I was remembering things that like I couldn't place in linear time. So I didn't know what was going on. I thought like, hey, did I just draw the crazy straw? Did something happen to me psychologically? So I did what a normal person would do, right? Like went out and sought help, started working with therapists, and began to figure out that what I was recalling was actually dissociated parts of my childhood.
Wow. And prior to that, what had you kind of conceived of when it came to your childhood? Did you have this kind of linear, full memory of it?
Not at all, but in that same respect, how many people really think about their childhood, right? Like, do you remember your childhood linearly?
No, it's funny. I was just recounting like my, elementary school teachers, and it was a struggle, but I was like able to like do it, but it's not something that's at the top of mind.
Exactly. Yeah. And that was my same experience with it too. It was like, I thought, to the best of my knowledge, I lived a very normal life. Grew up in a small rural town. Things were just normal for me, for lack of a better word.
I can remember her grandma. There was Miss Ballard, Miss Elliott, Miss Williams, Miss Jones. That was third grade. I started in kindergarten. Miss Richter, and then Miss John. I don't know. It's pretty easy. You don't remember your elementary school teachers' names?
Graduated high school, went on to be a very success-oriented person, beat cancer at a very young age, at age 20.
That's amazing.
And then, just went off. I was just like a hardworking, committed individual, and life was good. And then the memories started, like I said. And these memories weren't typical memories. These weren't even necessarily memories of just what someone would consider like abuse or something that, our brain...
I do remember when I was born, actually. I remember the day I was born. I remember being inside the baby incubator box with the holes in it, and my dad stuck his finger through and I grabbed it.
From an aspect of protecting us from trauma would hide. They were simply things that I didn't even have the vernacular to articulate. So I was remembering and having nightmares of being in the labs, being surrounded with people that I learned to recognize and learned to actually remember names. And all of this went on for about a period of about 2 months where I was having severe PTSD, remembering all these...
The story was confirmed when I asked my dad if that's what happened.
childhood experiences, lab settings, things I didn't have the vocabulary for. And then I eventually just began investigating my own past.
I remember
because at a certain amount of volume of this, at a certain amount of, wow, I'm a grounded individual, I can journal about this, I'm not making this up, what is this? I began to look into my own past. And what I found was that I was completely removed from the public school system for multiple years of my life. My parents were told a story that was not essentially what happened to me in person. And upon leaving the program that I was admitted into, I lost all memory of those experiences until they resurfaced into 2023.
That's remarkable. So you mentioned memories of being in a lab. Now, having pieced together what your childhood actually was, what happened?
Yeah. So basically in 2004, 2005, I was tested by Gifted and Talented Education. People may have heard the GATE or the TAG claims. I was tested with what was the Woodcock Test of Achievement. It's basically like a neuropsychological testing platform. And I was testing incredibly gifted in certain categories. Primarily, there was a huge split between my verbal and nonverbal learning sections. But otherwise, normal kid, right? I was not diagnosed autistic. I was not diagnosed with psychological problems. I was run-of-the-mill, very normal, but highly gifted when it came to some of my applications in academia. That started this runaway process where a team of psychologists...
Your memory is good. You could be a good scientist or something. No, thank you. My school wanted me to be in the GATE program. My mom said no. Based mom.
Which, again, names, records, all this is documented. But still leave some anonymity here in hopes that there is some justice later on in life. A team of psychologists began this relationship working with me, actually coming into the school system around 2005 to better understand how my brain worked. In reality, as a young child, this was all around the 4th grade, so I'm about age 9 now, I was being told to not tell anyone about this. I was being told that I was a very special kid, I had a very special brain, and no one else would understand. So essentially what this started was GATE was this identifier that said, hey, there's something very special that's happening with me. After that happened, a whole bunch of psychologists began a routine of working with me, not from the school system, but coming into the school system. And essentially started this internal grooming process with me where I would be separated and basically encouraged to keep this a secret as this progression happened. So that carried on for a few years. And if you can imagine, take yourself back to elementary school, I didn't really know what to make of this. It was just a lot of testing. There wasn't necessarily anything bad happening to me.
Would they come to class and just kind of pluck you from class? Or?
I would get removed from class. So a phone call would come in, hey, Jordan's got to come down to, so-and-so's office. And that's where I would spend maybe, 6 hours or sometimes the full day.
And where did you grow up?
Springville, New York.
Okay.
Small rural town in Western New York, upstate area. Very small, graduating class of about 120 kids.
And you're what, 10 years old-ish?
Yep, started around age 9. And for the course of this, as I kind of described, this was between the ages of 9 and 14.
Okay. And so when you say, kind of they're saying, Jordan, we want to know how your brain works. And, you mentioned the word grooming. What exactly are they doing?
Yeah, so they were very interested. So a couple things that I can kind of, give some more context on. One, I was testing very highly in these certain categories. 2, I had a very kind of strong ability to visualize. So for example, at age 9, one of the things that these psychologists were fascinated about was my ability to spell, because I was spelling at a college level. And for me, I had this ability to where I could just visualize a word, right? So it was just kind of in my mind's eye. I didn't know. I thought every kid did this, right? I could picture a word in my mind and then break apart the letters piece by piece. And as I would tell these psychologists this, they were trying to understand how I was exhibiting some of these behaviors. They knew what was happening. They were fascinated by it, right?
Isn't that normal?
The ability to visualize was something that was a strong point of the later parts of the program that I progressed into. But at this point, it was just mainly,
hey, we want to understand how you're
doing some of these things. You're testing very specific, sit with us, build a relationship with us. And as this progressed, what was happening to me is I was kind of becoming more and more isolated from the rest of the kids, the rest of my teachers. As you can kind of look in my investigation level of this, my teachers were not told what was going on either, right? Nor was the full category given to the school district. It just looked like I had a bunch of absences. I was being pulled from classes. No one really knew who was pressing the button, right? Who really was the psychologist, who sent them, et cetera. All of this continued within the public school system to where I was just being tested. Relationship was being formed until about age 12. So getting into 6th, 7th grade, I began to recognize something wasn't right here. The rest of my friends weren't doing this. I wanted to kind of go be normal. I didn't get what any of this was going for. And at the same time as I was kind of pushing back almost with these people that were coming in to meet with me, my mother and father at the time, were basically told that I needed to leave the public school system. And it wasn't because I was a special kid. It was because I had grown so unstable that I could no longer be in the public school system. And essentially a whole mental health diagnoses overlay came on board around like 2010 that provide the justification to remove me from the public school system, whether my parents wanted it or not. And that started my basically academic attendance in this 2-year program outside of the public school system.
But to back up real quick, you were fine.
I was fine.
Yeah.
I was fine. Yeah, I was
so
fine.
the mental health thing was a cover for them to remove
Exactly.
you. It was an excuse.
Yep.
And how did your parents react to all of this?
Terrified. My mother at the time was trying to remove me, from the school district, not having luck. We tried to move at one point, didn't have luck. I was refusing to go to school at one point, and people from the school district were actually showing up and removing me from the house. Like, it was Stranger Things level stuff.
That's insane. It really is like the show Stranger Things in real life, which is based on the Montauk experiment. I think a lot of people at this juncture in the interview are probably resonating with some of the stuff you're saying. There are plenty of gate kids out there, and this seems like the initial layers of what you've experienced. You experienced much deeper stuff, but there are people out there who have to take the pink drink, and they they have a year gap in their knowledge of their elementary school, and so
100%. Yeah, 100%. And for those kids, right, the other gay people, what I'm ultimately describing is like gate serves as this kind of like outside edge, almost recruitment, right? Or almost like identifying mechanism. So many people are tested within gifted and talented education. Not everyone progresses in further. So like, for example, as I'm meeting with all these psychologists early years, I was enrolled at gate, right? Like, I was in the gate classroom. I drank the pink drink. It's just that there was a progression of more. And then getting up to this part of the story in 2008, this was like the public school system and the gate classroom could no longer provide the cover for what they wanted to do experimentation-wise. So to do that, you remove that person from that area. You provide some cover justification on why you're doing that. And that began a 2-year journey to where I attended school into a nondescript, since been shut down, sued 6 ways to Sunday, school that was from the outside serving neurodivergent and behavioral health kids, but on the inside was supporting a mission for defense contractor research for psychic potential development.
Okay, wild. What's the name of that facility?
Yeah. No longer exists now, but at the time it was called Baker Victory Services.
This center provides specialized services for students with autism or cognitive disabilities paired with mental health diagnoses.
So on the outside looking in, this facility was serving autistic kids, nonverbals, other people with behavioral health.
It's like in that Alien movie, they take the autistic kid into the alien ship. It's like, because he's got psychic abilities.
They have nurses, psychologists, psychiatrists all on staff in this school. Think like special education, 811 classroom, only 40 kids total in the facility. So just like highly structured support.
Golden shovels mark the start of construction of the new $16 million facility at Baker Victory Services.
So a lot of people watching, they might be thinking, okay, this Baker Victory Services, I'm going to go search it. They search it and they see this.
I feel like at those autism research facilities, what they're doing probably is trying to find the gifted psychic potential kids. Because I rarely have ever heard of an actual autistic person going to an autism center. They just struggle in normal school. It's very strange. People that are actually diagnosed with autism probably don't go to those centers. They probably they're like, oh, you're not on the same spectrum as the kids here. You don't qualify. It's probably what they're told. The genuine autistic people.
Organization that seems to still be operational today. What's going on with that?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So Baker Victory Services still exists today. It's a much larger organization serving a lot of other purposes, which are like good, right? The organization itself was not the problem. It was the exact location and kind of the element that I was in. So if you want the exact address, like it's very hard to dig up because the facility is closed today, but it was like 650 Ridge Road. It was a small nondescript building that was known as a day treatment center.
650 Ridge Road.
Right.
And that was like a subsidiary of this Baker Victory Services.
Correct.
Got it.
Yep.
So it's almost like that was used as a shell for this other kind of rogue cutout organization.
Yeah. Now you're talking. And again, like even in that facility, legitimate.
It's no surprise then that the Autism Center of California is in the tech city. The San Fran. Look how much. Is this all? Where is it? Oh my god, there's so many now. Oh my gosh, there's so many autism things in the San Francisco area. Jeez. So many. So many
things happening, right? Legitimate treatment happening for kids that needed it. However, there was just this rogue element that was operating out of it that supported the program that I was involved with.
But even with open source research, you do get hints of some malfeasance, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can it's not hard to find, right? I think the supervisor was arrested, 210 felonies. I think the news article reads for article manipulation or record manipulation. There's a $100 million lawsuit that got settled due to just this huge claim of sexual abuse over the years.
OLV Human Services says 3 employees at the Victory Learning Center in Lackawanna are now on leave over those allegations of physically mistreating students.
Autism's overdiagnosed now just so they can cover up the ones that have psychic abilities. So then you think that socially awkward people is what autism is overdiagnosed now just so you can be like, well, that guy's definitely not psychic. Fucking retarded, maybe.
Smoke, right? You don't really necessarily need to find the fire. You can just look and see that there's been a history of problems at the place.
That's a lot of smoke. $100 million lawsuit over sexual abuse and 210 felonies and falsifying records.
We have a model that works for these young people, and it allows them to be the best they can be and go on and live lives just like you and I.
What this looked like is, I would attend school like a normal kid for 2 to 3 days a week. And then for the other 2 to 3 days a week, depending on that, I was working heavily with a team of psychologists, researchers, psychiatrists, onto some of the tasks that we can get into.
So you're at this facility, and they've kind of realized that you're really talented even within this kind of group of neurodivergent kids, and then they take you down to this basement. And what are they doing there as opposed to kind of the top level?
Yeah, so when I first got into this facility, at the time there was a period about 2 to 3 months where things were normal, where I wasn't doing the extracurricular ESP exercises. The weird psychologists that were coming to see me in the public school system were gone and no longer seeing me. So at the time I was like, I'm rescued, right? The weird stuff has stopped. 2 months later, a team of interns get hired, and this team of interns specifically work on me in my case. And the same process that I described in the public school system kind of restarts. So new person comes in, positions himself as a psychologist and as a therapist, and begins working with me to better understand my relationship with what we called at the time ESP.
And do you remember their names or?
Yeah. Without, like I said, I'm very hopeful that, our establishment or government will do something from an investigation standpoint, if they're willing to really take a stab at this. But let's call it Meg. Meg was my one-on-one trainer / therapist.
Okay. And you've provided this information, by the way, to the Senate Select Intelligence Committee. Is that right?
I've provided this information to past members of Senate Select Intelligence Committee. I've provided it to numerous 3-letter agencies. I've briefed them, given them the locations, the names, etc. Throughout my tenure of really working in the background of disclosure, fighting the good fight alongside guys like David Grush and etc. And to this point, nothing has happened.
That's really frustrating and annoying. And hopefully after this episode, something does happen. But so this Baker Victory Services, this organization, it's also a Catholic church, or it's affiliated with the Catholic Church?
Yeah, affiliated by it. So there was I believe it's termed the Father Baker organization in Western New York. So just think Catholic nonprofit, doing good things. This was meant to serve more of the foster home community, as well as, just develop a community resource for kids that weren't plugging well into the public school system. So it was a little bit normal where you may see nonprofits step into special education, get accredited to support the school system. So it wasn't a literal Catholic school or Catholic church. It just more or less organizationally existed within that umbrella.
Gotcha. And so they realize, okay, Jordan, you are extremely talented at some of this, extrasensory perception stuff. They take you to the basement, and what happens there?
Yeah, I don't want to make it sound too Stranger Things. Yeah. It wasn't going to the basement. Yeah. The facility itself, right? Super nondescript. Didn't look like a school. You never know it was there. 2008, highly secure. The entire thing had compartments components that would be like comparable to what people have called like a skiff before, right? So badge in, badge out, RFID everywhere, no electronics, in the building, even as a kid, right?
Really?
Couldn't bring your PSP in. You couldn't
It's
bring
like a Faraday cage.
completely high level security at this place, and I can kind of get into to some more levels of security that I experienced, as a kid, because as I'm telling this, I've gotten to a point of healing and integration, and now, as you know, right, like trying to fight the good fight to do better about this. But like, don't mistake the level of like healing that I've done to really reflect like the terror that actually this whole entire experience was like in childhood. Essentially, it was like being stuck in a facility where you had no control, right? There were things very akin to, I don't want to really say torture, but in some respects, being given medications and substances and things that I don't even know for purposes of experimentation. Like, that's a problem. That's a big problem.
It's a huge problem. Well, it's a huge problem for this to happen to you over multiple years, and for them to kind of be grooming you at your school, and for your parents to push back to the point of wanting to move and take you out of the school.
What the fuck, chatter? What? Does she give, where is it? What the fuck am I looking at? Oh, there it is. Does she give oral prostitution? What's prostitution? What are you trying to say? AKA oral sex. I mean, only to my husband's giant wiener, not to you. Anyways.
System, and for them to keep coming back, like the levels of coordination implied here are deep
level, and it's even beyond that. Like, I can tell later in the story, I'll get into some examples of like, well, hey, if you were a kid, why didn't you try to do something about this? I did, right? It's like
I'm not
many
even licking
times,
a microphone.
In
Why are
some
you
of the more
thinking
like
about that?
rigorous experiments, I would like get out, call 911 from the school facility, but the lines were surveilled. So you would get through to 911, and then immediately an operator would take over and be like, hey, sorry, someone from the school, one of the kids is like prank dialing 911. So there was like no way in or out of any of this.
Also, you're a kid, and when you're a kid, you can get conditioned into feeling some sort of Stockholm syndrome, and you're told, oh no, we're doing this for your benefit or whatever. And you're really highly impressed.
You get many urges. I want to speak to your doctor about that.
And you mentioned too that they gave you, there's like this critical window of heightened kind of extrasensory perception ability, and it's before puberty, and they would give you puberty blockers to sort of enhance this.
There was all sorts of stuff being administered to me while I was in there. Like on paper, right? Like, so looking back on my own records, like there were, I think, over a dozen antipsychotics that I was on during these like 2 years. So things like Haldol, Zoloft, like just to name a few, just a ridiculous amount of medications. That does not reflect what was being administered inside the facility that my parents didn't know about. There were other things that I was being taken. There was other things for specific sessions, right, that would be given that I don't even know. When it comes to the level of like, hey, there's some psi or some ability within our brains in a prepubescent era, that was communicated to me, and I believe it has something to do with the relation of our like right and left hemispheres before they're fully formed during puberty. But I think essentially it's just at that younger age, I had an ability to essentially exert more than someone else that was an adult.
And what sort of experiments would they have you do, and what would they test you on?
So a lot of the testing, we can kind of think, this started off very baseline of like ESP, right? So kind of like thinking about extrasensory perception and how that would show up for people. And I was told from like a number one day, like you can just think of all this, this was like ESP training is what essentially, was happening to me there for the idea of this later being utilized.
I didn't take my Vyvanse today. I just keep thinking about it, references. I don't know if I can find that clip.
How did you summon that monster without even looking at your card? I have ESP. Whoa, too much information, lady. ESP, not PMS. Oh, so you're psychic. Bingo.
Anyways,
I sound like a defense establishment, style progression funnel. But in the beginning, right, ESP, and it's highly structured for each person, and that's what I would be told, right? Like for example, they would be giving me a lot of tests and a lot of experiments, and like seeing how I respond, or seeing how I would apply this, because there was no like rubric, or there was no like cheat sheet on like you do the same thing every time and it works the same way for everyone. I was instead told that everyone's highly unique and you need to kind of develop your own way of doing this. Once you have your own way of doing this, we'll help you amplify it. Right? It's kind of a way to think about that. So, for example, a lot of the very early on sessions would be understanding my abilities. How are they showing up from a cognitive perspective? Did I process information more kinesthetically? Right? Like, was it more I feel things in my body? Was I processing it more auditory? Right? Like, hey, telepathy, I hear it. Right? Or in my case, I was a highly visual person. Right? So I had the ability to get out of my body, see in the other room, see things from a distance, right, and kind of shift my awareness visually. So for the progression of most of the time in these 2 years, I was highly working on visual abilities.
Mm-hmm. So sort of similar to remote viewing programs, or astral projection, or out of body things like that.
100%, yeah. So we were doing a lot different stuff than like you'll see from like the Stanford Research Institute or like the Stargate area, where you see a lot of like CRV techniques, right? Like controlled, repeatable, follow a technical process. I was given a whole kind of different regimen of like training and teaching that kind of relied primarily on getting our subconscious mind to believe that something was possible. And I can kind of go into this in a little bit more detail. So for like a typical remote viewing exercise, you're given a target, you may have a protocol, maybe you're doing some meditation or some bilateral simulation or auditory stuff to help you take information out of that target. You might see it visually, you might see it otherwise you're taking information, kind of from the field. In my training, they were more interested with getting me to subconsciously believe that awareness is essentially the substrate of this entire universe. And our awareness can shift into any other piece of awareness in this underlying universe. So what this would mean is, like, instead of trying to remote view into a room, or let's say I remote viewed into a hallway, but I was having issues getting through a door, there was a lot of subconscious training to basically help me understand that my awareness could become the door, I could become the room, I could become the filing cabinet where the documents are in, and then extract the information that way. So it was a lot less viewing, it was a lot more manipulating your own awareness to become the things that we see in the universe.
That's fascinating. So it's almost like a panpsychist worldview or something, where maybe everything is somewhat conscious, or everything is at least awareness, and you can port your own awareness into what we think of as even inanimate, unconscious objects.
100%, yeah. So it's like the underlying substrate of the universe, as we want to take it back, whether it's awareness or it is this undefined substrate.
I don't know why. Maybe it's because I don't feel like I could do it, or not even that I don't feel like I could do it, that I don't want to do that. I don't even want to know if I could, because I just am really repulsed by being a government puppet. But anyways, I don't know if it's because I don't do it personally or what, but I find this subject so fascinating and yet so boring at the same time. I guess because I need a visual. Maybe I'm a visual learner. And I'm just like, cool. All right. But I don't know where. Show me.
It is accessible, malleable, and reflexive to awareness. So you can either place your awareness in it, or you could perhaps exert some control for
I'm like fascinated.
It's either a possible vessel for awareness, or it's awareness itself, or it's somehow compatible with awareness.
Yeah. I tell this story too for a lot of people. Like, as we get into like consciousness research now, I often use the analogy that like consciousness, you can perceive more as like a vehicle. Imagine a car, 4 tires, right, and a steering wheel. And that's how you can kind of think of consciousness. It's like the vehicle that gets driven. However, awareness is actually what's sitting in the driver's seat of the car, right? So a lot of things can hold consciousness, but awareness is actually that kind of like universal substrate of like the is. And when you follow that perception better, you can kind of better understand, well, like, how could you get out of your body? How could you shift into something? Well, it's actually not necessarily consciousness. It's like that's the holder and the vehicle and the container, but there's awareness that's a step deep.
Fascinating. So what sort of specifically they would say, okay, remote view what's in the other room, or would they give you a target, like in, we hear about in kind of traditional military remote viewing programs?
Yeah, all sorts of different exercises. I would be given targets. A lot of this was like testing, right?
All right, I'm bored. I want to keep watching it. Maybe it's because I didn't take my Vyvanse. I just can't be bothered right now. What's this guy up to lately? I think I watched this one. I don't know if I finished it. I don't remember now. No, maybe I didn't.
We have today all kinds of new theories about where the Exodus Sea crossing took place. But what we want to ask is there a traditional location? In other words, is there a location where ancient Jews and later early Christians visited, believing that this is where this famous miracle from the Old Testament happened?
We are here in the middle of the Gulf of Suez.
I mean, what could go wrong?
Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. I'll leave a link in the description where you can order a copy of my book, Where God Came Down, the Archaeological Evidence. Thanks for making it #1 in archaeology. I'll also leave a link where you can make a tax-deductible donation. These are greatly appreciated and used for the production of future videos.
The most frequently mentioned event in the Hebrew Bible in the Old Testament is the Exodus Sea crossing. And so we would expect that the ones who would preserve the knowledge for where this event took place would be the descendants of the ones who experienced it.
Psalm 78 tells us the purpose of tradition and how it works. The Lord commanded our ancestors to teach their children, so the next generation would know them, even the children yet to be born, and they in turn would tell their children. Then they would put their trust in God and would not forget His deeds, but would keep His commands. He did miracles in the sight of their ancestors in the land of Egypt. He divided the sea and led them through. He made the water stand up like a wall.
We get a glimpse into where ancient Jews believed the Exodus Sea crossing took place through the writings of the Jewish historian Josephus, who wrote in the 1st century AD.
In his book, The Antiquities of the Jews, Book 2, Chapter 15, Josephus wrote about how the Hebrews left Egypt. Josephus says, "So the Hebrews took their journey by Letopolis, a place at the time deserted, but where Babylon was built afterwards."
Is this for Catholicism or Christianity? I'm so glad you separated the two. True. That's right, they don't follow Christ. Preach it.
So the Babylon in Egypt that Josephus is referring to is a known place, and the ruins of this place are in Cairo today. And so my team and I, we flew from Amman, Jordan, where I live, to Cairo, Egypt.
I can't even see it on my screen.
So the ruins of this tower behind me from the Roman period marks the city of Babylon that Josephus is talking about in his Exodus account. So the city of Babylon is marked today by this tower, and it serves as an anchor point for the location that Josephus gives us.
Also, this is relating to neither. This is historical evidence, which is not religion. It is things that actually happened for 500.
From here, the Israelites go down to the Red Sea.
Josephus wrote that after the Hebrews took their journey by Babylon, on the 3rd day they came to a place called Baal-Zephon on the Red Sea. Traveling toward the Red Sea from Babylon, the Israelites would have arrived at Baal-Zephon, at the northern end of the Red Sea's largest gulf, known as the Gulf of Suez. According to Exodus chapter 14, the Israelite camp in front of Baal-Zephon was by a place called Pi-Hahiroth, which is the camp where Pharaoh's army overtook them, the last campsite before they crossed the Red Sea. While consulting this map created by Christian van Andricum in 1590 AD, I found that both Babylon and Pi-Hahiroth are shown where we would expect them to be, and that the crossing is shown to have taken place from between two large mountain ranges. Modern maps revealed mountains that seem to match the general size and location, as well as 2 points of land, which created the narrowest point on the entire Gulf of Suez, at only about 6 miles wide.
So I started looking this area over on Google Maps, and I was surprised to find that the traditional place is on Google Maps. It says Moses Crossing Point, and it showed it being in a park, so it looked like it was going to be easy access. And so why not start at this place? And so we rented a car in Cairo and drove down to the shore of the Red Sea. Our team on this trip, we've got Omar with us from Iraq, of course, doing the driving on this team. This is my new son-in-law, Jason, and my wonderful daughter, Petra. So we have come from Cairo, and we are staying in a resort on the Red Sea, and now we are heading north, and we're going to visit the traditional place where the Israelites crossed the Red Sea.
For context, this is the Gulf of Suez. To the north is the city of Suez.
You must expand your research on Islamic religion. Says the guy who asked me if I do oral prostitution. Yes, you seem like a devout man who definitely follows the traditional ways of Islam. Yes. Yes. Not hypocritical at all. Nope. Nothing to see here. No, I'm gonna expose the fucking chat history. So all of your Islam friends can see what a devout man you are. Bragging about how many times he used to ejaculate. His tingling sensation after his ejaculation. Yes, clearly a follower of Islam. A good one. Yes. You are such a positive influence and such a good representation of the cult that I feel, yes, we must expand our research and find why are you like this. Yes.
And next to it is
True.
the Suez Canal.
More research
This
required.
is a 6-mile stretch across the sea. And in this point is the site marking where the Israelites entered the sea. In the next shot, we are driving toward it along this road.
This is it. It's straight down this road. That's blocked off. This looks military, doesn't it? That doesn't look good. Look at that fence over there.
Don't worry, bro. I know you're a virgin and you probably want me to convert to Islam so you feel like you can marry me. But unfortunately, sir, as I told you earlier, I am already married. So, you know, move along. Move along. Can't help you here.
As shown before, this is the crossing site we were attempting to visit, but surrounding it is an Egyptian military base. When we reached the gate, Egyptian army soldiers approached our car, and even though Omar asked them about the site we found on Google Maps, they turned us away.
So Omar, you just talked to the soldiers at the military base there. What did they tell you?
Yeah, so I told him I want to see the place where Moses crossed, and then on the GPS show he crossed from here, and then he goes, yes, we know that place, and then yes, he crossed from that place, but sorry, you can't see it. It's a military base right now.
So the soldier was aware that that was the traditional crossing place?
Yeah, he confirmed that.
So we just went to the traditional place. Used to be a public beach, but the military has come in and closed all this down, and now it's literally a military base. We talked to the soldiers, is there anywhere that we can get down to the beach here? And they said no, so they turned us away. This isn't unusual. This kind of thing happens quite a bit in our experience with Expedition Bible, and so we got...
Honestly, the fact that I'm married should comfort the psychos, because that means that I'm not rejecting them for who they are. It's just because I happen to be taken.
a problem, and now we're going to look for a solution. So the next thing that we tried to do was
they
rent
get
a
mad
boat
when
to
I
take us over
reject
there.
them for
This
them,
also was a fail.
you
The local people,
can have
whether they
that
were
benefit
store
of the
clerks or
doubt.
soldiers or boat owners, they knew about this place, but they said that we couldn't go there because of the military sensitivity. However, we had one more trick up our sleeve. We had brought our own boat. We'd brought an inflatable sea kayak in one of our bags, and so we pulled that out, pumped it up, and now we could paddle ourselves out into the Gulf of Suez, into this high-intensity military area. I mean, what could go wrong?
What could go wrong? We're just gonna pump up this fucking floaty and...
After launching in our kayak, the first to greet us was a pod of bottlenose dolphins.
Oh, that's cool. Ask if they've seen any wagon wheels.
Exodus 14 says that where Israel had encamped by the sea, the wilderness had shut them in.
How did the wilderness shut the Israelites in? This implies mountains, because what else in the wilderness would shut them in?
Right.
Josephus described the place Israel camped on the Red Sea as a narrow place between inaccessible precipices and the sea. For there was on each side a ridge of mountains that terminated at the sea, which were impassable by reason of their roughness and obstructed their flight. The footnote underneath Josephus' description of the geography gives the account of a traveler who had found these mountainous tracts which ran down towards the Red Sea while traveling near the city Suez. So as we paddled out and observed the geography near the city of Suez for ourselves, there was no question that we were exploring the right place.
Well, like you can see
So right
it.
now
There's the
in
mountains.
Gulf of
There's
Suez,
the
I'm
ridges on
looking
each
back
side.
towards the land,
That's
and I
cool.
can see this valley with a mountain range on the south side and a mountain range on the north side descending into the Red Sea. This is exactly what Josephus is describing. And that's exactly what we see down here when we look at the geography of this area. Again, the Israelites were trapped between these two rugged mountain ranges on either side of them, the Red Sea behind them, and the Egyptian army in front of them. They were in an absolutely hopeless situation. Their destruction was imminent. And so their only hope, their only way out, would be a miracle. If God was willing to do a miracle to save them. And this is exactly what they got.
Then Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and all that night the Lord drove the sea back with a strong east wind and turned it into dry land. The waters were divided, and the Israelites went through the sea on dry ground, with a wall of water on their right and on their left. As shown before, from the point where the Israelites entered the sea, it is only about 6 miles across to the eastern shore. We intended to cross this route in our kayak, but because of the shipping traffic and military zone, our only option was to simulate the 6-mile crossing just to the south of the traditional site. But even this proved problematic.
We had paddled over halfway across the Gulf of Suez when we saw an Egyptian Navy ship going parallel to the shore, and we stopped paddling. We didn't want to wave to them. We were hoping that they wouldn't see us, but it wasn't long before that ship turned and started coming straight at us.
Here we are in our tiny red kayak, and this ship is the Egyptian Navy in front of us.
Okay, well, we had ourselves a scare there because we saw a military boat and we stopped paddling because we were hoping that they wouldn't see us. Of course, that didn't work, and they did see us, and they started coming straight at us. And we were like, oh man, we are in serious trouble. Anyways, they came right up to us. First question they asked us is, what nationality are you? And we were like, well, we're Americans. And the next question was, what on earth are you doing out here so far in the middle of the Gulf of Suez? I thought we were in serious, serious trouble, but they were very nice about it, and they just wanted to make sure that we were safe and everything like that, and that we weren't going any further out. So we had to turn around and paddle back towards the shore. I am very relieved that that didn't end up being more serious than it was. As I was paddling across this 6-mile stretch,
we were in the Gulf
I
of
was
Mexico.
just thinking, wow, this is so much water. It just
Gulf of
seems
America.
so impossible to me.
Shit.
But of course, that's the point. The point is that it is impossible. There is no other explanation for how this event took place other than it was a mighty miracle of God.
After we finished our kayak trip, we drove north into the city of Suez, which holds its own significance in its ties to ancient Christian pilgrim routes.
So we are at the very northern end of the Gulf of Suez, in the city of Suez, which is built over the ruins of an earlier city called Clysma. Clysma is the place that the early Christians came on their pilgrimage to look out over the Gulf of Suez, where the Israelites crossed in the Exodus from the western side over to the eastern side. One of the early pilgrims that we get a detailed account of her visit to Clysma and the surrounding area is a woman named Egeria.
In around AD 382, Egeria wrote, "And when we had arrived at Clysma, we were obliged to stay there also for rest."
Egeria comes here in the 370s AD, and she comes here to Clysma, looks out over the Gulf, and then she goes over on the western side to the particular sites that are mentioned in the Exodus account in the Bible.
Egeria continues, "From Clysma, that is from the Red Sea, there are 4 desert stations. Epilium, Pi-Hahiroth, was shown to us when we were at Migdol, where there is now a fort with an officer set over soldiers. These escorted us to another fort, and Baal-Zephon was shown to us when we were at that place. It is a plain above the Red Sea, along the side of the mountain, where the children of Israel cried out when they saw the Egyptians coming after them. Although the exact location of Baal-Zephon is unknown today, Egeria's description of Baal-Zephon, being a plain above the sea along mountains, matches the geography of this valley we observed earlier. The general location is agreed upon by both Josephus and Egeria. It is both east of Babylon, like Josephus reports, and south of Clysma, like Egeria reports.
So after exploring the western shore of the Gulf of Suez, we wanted to go and explore the eastern shore. And so we went through security, and then we drove through a very long tunnel, which took us underneath the Suez Canal onto the east side of the Gulf. So we've now come around and we are on the east side of the Gulf of Suez, and behind me is the traditional place where the Israelites came out of the Red Sea in their Exodus crossing. So many Christian pilgrims visited the traditional site on the eastern side of the Gulf of Suez because this is the place that the Israelites came out of the sea.
One such pilgrim, named Felix Fabry, visited the eastern side in around AD 1483 and wrote, "We came to the seawater, for it was here that the children of Israel walked on dry ground from one shore of the sea to the other, the sea by a miracle standing on a heap on either side. Indeed, the sea is not wide at this place, but it is perhaps 1 German mile to Pi-Hahiroth on the other side. It was at Pi-Hahiroth on the other shore over against us that Moses struck the sea with his rod, and it gave way."
Felix Fabry is over on this side, and he's looking at this traditional place of the crossing, and he's estimating it to be about 1 German mile, which is just under 5 miles. And that matches really well because this narrowest place across here where the traditional crossing place is about 6 miles across. So this is where the Israelites were when they were watching the Egyptian army be drowned in the Red Sea.
Exodus chapter 14 says, "Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and at daybreak the sea went back to its place. And the Lord swept them into the sea. The water flowed back and covered the chariots and horsemen, the entire army of Pharaoh that had followed the Israelites into the sea. Not one of them survived."
So what looked like a trap for Israel, God suddenly changes into a trap for the destruction of the Egyptian army. And Israel didn't have to fight for their deliverance. They simply stood there and watched the Egyptian army drown in front of them. They were saved. They were delivered. And what did they do in response? They sang a song of celebration.
Exodus chapter 15 says, "Then Moses and the Israelites sang this song to the Lord. I will sing to the Lord, for he is highly exalted. Both horse and driver he has hurled into the sea. The Lord has become my salvation. He is my God, and I will praise him."
You can hear the new identity of Israel.
Jim, why are you always so blind? Trying to prove a religious story actually happens serves what purpose? Obviously, so people can't be like, the Bible is just parables, not history. You fucking retard! Anyways, sorry.
In
Don't
the
you
song
know
of
this by
celebration,
now?
because listen to the
Jim!
personal pronouns that they use in regards to the Lord. They refer to him as my God, and what had just happened as my salvation. And then it also says in verse 14 that the nations would hear of this and tremble. And so this was a
I know that's your favorite thing to say, Jim, is that the Bible's just parables. What's the point of proving that I'm incorrect? Maybe wake up to reality, Jimmy.
Event that wasn't only remembered by Israel, but also by the other nations, which has to do with why it is a remembered miracle to this day. So when we are looking at the Bible and what it actually says about this Exodus crossing place, then there's something very important that we have to take into consideration. And that is to answer this important question: who is it that is leading Israel?
Exodus 13 says, God did not lead them on the road through the Philistine country, though that was shorter. If they went that way, they would face war. So God led the people toward the Red Sea.
They're not being led according to human reason, but by God himself. The question, therefore, isn't where would people go? Where would people have gone to camp? The question is, where would God take them and why? And this is very significant because God does not take the Israelites the easiest way. He doesn't take them the shortest way. He takes them to a place where they're trapped in between.
I'm sorry I called you a retard, Jim. You're just a human. I can't expect too much of you. I apologize. I was out of line.
Mountains and the sea and the Egyptian army. Now, why is God doing this? Because he's going to teach them that their only hope, that their only salvation is God himself.
Josephus understands this when, from the perspective of the Israelites, he wrote, "We are now encompassed within this narrow place, that he may deliver us to demonstrate his own power."
I appreciate the low expectations. Oh, I'm glad. Good.
Own providence over us.
This is biblical salvation. The Bible says that all people are slaves to sin, and the only way that we can be freed from sin is if God himself delivers us. And this is exactly what he does by dying on the cross, forgiving us of our sins, being raised from the dead, and bringing us into relationship with him. And that's why when we have salvation through Jesus, not of ourselves, then our identity is solely in Christ alone. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. I will leave links.
I just like the word retard a lot. It reminds me of piano lessons. When it would have the little words in italics. Retard. And pee-pee. Very soft pee-pee. So good. MF. And those edgy piano students. Motherfucker. Retard. Retard? Anyways. I don't know about Caesarea. The pagan capital of the Roman district of Judea. Wow. Where Roman emperors killed Christians who didn't bow and worship. Transformed and used as part of God's plan to change the world. Question mark? Caesarea. Like Julius Caesar? Caesarea?
This is the Mediterranean coast of Israel.
Maybe Caesarea.
And these are the ruins of Caesarea.
No, it was Caesarea. I was right. Okay.
Glorious capital of the Roman district of Judea. The Mediterranean coast of Judea had a problem. It had very little natural protection, and so it just got battered by the wind and the waves. There were no good harbors along this coastline. So starting in 22 BC, the great builder Herod the Great started a building project to solve this problem in building an artificial harbor. When looking down on it, the outline of its underwater rubble can still be seen lying below the Mediterranean Sea. So we paddled our kayak out over these ruins and spent some time snorkeling and diving down, looking at these massive stones that Herod the Great used for an underwater foundation to support an above-water wall that encircled the harbor. The harbor provided a direct maritime connection between Rome, the capital of the Roman Empire, and Caesarea, the new capital of the Roman district of Judea. Essentially, Caesarea brought Rome to Judea, and Caesarea became, so to speak, the Rome of Judea. So around the harbor, Herod the Great built this glorious Roman city. On a promontory point, he built himself a royal palace. He built a hippodrome and a theater, many temples, and he named the city Caesarea after the reigning emperor at the time, Augustus Caesar. So we have the name Caesarea found 17 times in the Bible. All of them are in the book of Acts. And so what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be going through the archaeology of Caesarea and connecting it to the Bible in order to tell the story of Caesarea. And this is a redemptive story. It's the story of a city that is transformed. And not only that, but it also changes the course of history for the entire world. Please consider hitting that subscribe button. I'll leave several links in the description where you can order a copy of my book, Where God Came Down, The Archaeological Evidence, where you can leave a tax-deductible donation. These are greatly appreciated and used for the production of future videos, where you can check out the tours that I lead to Israel and other lands of the Bible. So just to the east in front of the harbor was this low-lying hill, and this was excavated in two different excavations. The first one beginning in 1960 by Avraham Negev, and the second one later beginning in 1989 by Kenneth Holm. Both excavations unearthed portions of the foundations of Caesarea's most important and prominent temple. Herod had built a Temple Mount platform over the hill, and the excavations also found the rubble left behind from the monumental temple that Herod had erected on top of it for the worship of the Roman Emperor Augustus Caesar. Josephus wrote, "And over against the mouth of the haven, upon an elevation, there was a temple for Caesar, which was excellent both in beauty and largeness, and therein was a colossus of Caesar." So in the back room of the temple is a statue of the god that's being worshipped in this temple, and in this case, it's the statue of a man, the Roman Emperor Augustus Caesar. So I'm standing on the ancient mound where Herod the Great in the 1st century BC built the temple to Augustus Caesar. This is where the colossal statue of Caesar would have been in this temple, and people would have come here to worship him during his lifetime, while he was the reigning emperor of the Roman Empire. We know that this emperor worship went on at Caesarea because of another archaeological discovery that was made there. In 1961, an Italian team was excavating at Caesarea under the directorship of Antonio Frova, and they found this stone with an 81st century inscription on it. So this is a replica of what's known as the Pilate stone, which was found here at Caesarea. The real one is on display in the Israel Museum. We have the inscription here, which says Pontius Pilate, the prefect of Judea, has erected or dedicated a building, a temple building, to the worship of the Emperor Tiberius. And so just as Herod the Great had built a temple here at Caesarea for the worship of Augustus, the first emperor of the Roman Empire, here...
You got timed out for no reason. Wait, what? Who timed you out? Jim says you weren't retarded enough. It's probably true. Maybe the auto mod timed you. I don't see any timeouts. Or maybe you're crazy. I don't know. Okay.
We have a dedicatory inscription by Pontius Pilate that is dedicating a temple built for the worship of the Emperor Tiberius. Now this is significant because Augustus Caesar, who was worshipped here when he was emperor, was the emperor of Rome when Jesus was born in Bethlehem. Tiberius, who also we know from this inscription was worshipped here as the emperor of Rome, was emperor when Jesus was crucified in 33 AD. Now we've seen that both Herod and Pilate built temples in Caesarea, and in about 39 AD, we have another temple that's built in Caesarea.
Oh shit, Obi gifted subs. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Only this one was not built by men, but by God himself. Acts 10 says, "At Caesarea there was a man named Cornelius, a centurion in what was known as the Italian regiment. He and all his family were devout and God-fearing." Now, Cornelius sends men from Caesarea to Joppa to get Peter. And I don't think Peter would have gone with these men to Caesarea if the Lord hadn't given him a vision. And the vision was about unclean food that God was making clean. And it says in verse 16 that this vision was repeated 3 times. And this was for emphasis, because Peter, who is a follower of Christ and a Jew, the last place he would have wanted to go in Judea would have been Caesarea. This is the most unclean place in Judea. This is the Gentile stronghold, the pagan stronghold. And so the Lord had to give him this vision 3 times. I mean, the way I think about it is, it's like God saying to Peter, no, I want you to go to Caesarea. No, really, Peter, I want you to go to Caesarea. No, Peter, actually, go to Caesarea. I'm about to make the unclean clean. And Acts 10 goes on to say that the following day he arrived in Caesarea, and Peter entered the house of Cornelius. It's here in the house of Cornelius that one of the most important events in the New Testament takes place. Acts chapter 10 says, "Then Peter began to speak the good news of peace through Jesus Christ, who is the Lord of all. While Peter was still speaking these words, the Holy Spirit came on all who heard the message. The circumcised believers who had come with Peter were astonished that the gift of the Holy Spirit had been poured out even on Gentiles, for they heard them speaking in tongues and praising God." So here we have the fulfillment of the vision that God gives Peter through his preaching in Caesarea. We have these unclean Gentiles listening to a message about Jesus and the forgiveness of sins that he offers. And when they believe the message, they're forgiven of their sins, and the unclean are made clean. So this isn't a temple like the one Herod built or the one Pilate.
And they didn't even have to cut the tip off their penis foreskin. That's some bullshit, man.
Built. This is a temple that God
Unfair.
built with the birth of the Gentile church. Peter himself describes this temple being built in 1 Peter 2:5. You also, like living stones, are being built into a spiritual house to be a holy priesthood, offering spiritual sacrifice acceptable to God through Jesus Christ. So the question then is, where did this miracle take place? Where is the house of Cornelius located in the city of Caesarea? Jerome, an early church historian in AD 404, gives us a strong clue when he wrote about a Christian pilgrim named Paula who visited Caesarea. Jerome wrote that she saw the house of Cornelius, now turned into a Christian church. So then if we're looking for the house of Cornelius archaeologically, we're actually looking for an early Byzantine church that's built over the top of it that commemorates it. In 1994, just to the northeast of Herod the Great's palace, the Israel Antiquity Authority was excavating under the directorship of the Israeli archaeologist Yosef Porat. And he puts in his report that they uncovered a Byzantine church with an internal apse. But he doesn't put anything in his report, any kind of interpretation of what biblical event he thinks maybe they were commemorating. So here at Caesarea, we have this Byzantine church. You see the apse right here. You see the mosaic floors. And then this is sitting in front of Herod the Great's palace. Now the question is, what does this church commemorate? A lot of churches from this period commemorate some event from the Bible. So the location just to the northeast of Herod's palace makes a lot of sense for where we would expect a Roman centurion to live. And the reason for this is we have to keep in mind that after the time of Herod, his palace was used as a governor's mansion, the primary residency for the governors who governed over Judea. And so being that Cornelius was a Roman centurion, then one of his primary responsibilities in the city of Caesarea would be to guard the primary residency of the Roman governor. And so it makes perfect sense that his house would be located near Herod's palace. Therefore, there is a strong probability that the Byzantine church that Jerome writes about Paula visiting in his account is the same Byzantine church that the Israel Antiquity Authority uncovered in 1994 in their excavations at Caesarea. A possibility is that this commemorates Cornelius's house. He's a centurion, and so it makes sense that he would live close to where the palace was. And if that's the case, then this would be where Peter came and entered the house and preached to the Gentile believers, and where they believed his message about Jesus and the Holy Spirit was poured out. If that's the case, then we have the birth of the church in Jerusalem in the upper room at Pentecost, and then this would be the birth of the Gentile church at Caesarea. So we have this continuing story in Caesarea where we have the rulers who are proclaiming themselves to be gods. And now that the Gentile church is birthed in Caesarea, we have this conflict because they're worshiping Jesus and not the rulers of Judea. And so this continues in Acts chapter 12 with the account of Herod Agrippa I. And God is going to judge him for this proclamation of being a god. And so God is putting his stamp of approval and authority on the worship of Jesus.
So I'm standing in the later Roman theater here in Caesarea, and the question that's been debated by scholars for many years is, where was the theater in the 1st century AD? The interpretation that makes the most sense to me is that the earlier theater would have been in the same location that then this larger later theater was built. If that's the case, then this would be the location of the biblical event in the book of Acts, Acts chapter 12, of the death of King Agrippa I. He was the grandson of Herod the Great, who built this city.
Acts 12 says, "Then Herod went from Judea to Caesarea and stayed there. On the appointed day, Herod, wearing his royal robes, sat on his throne and delivered a public address to the people. They shouted, 'This is the voice of a God, not of a man.' Immediately, because Herod did not give praise to God, an angel of the Lord struck him down, and he was eaten by worms and died.
What?
But the word of God continued to spread and flow."
Like he was eaten by worms after he died, or eaten by worms alive and died? Oh no. That's kind of creepy. Or maybe it's a translation error and worms was supposed to be WYRMS. That'd be kind of badass, actually. The dragons got him.
Flourish. So for anyone who might read this Acts 12 account of Agrippa I and think that this is just a fantasy,
Oh, I didn't watch the House of the Dragon new episode yet. Dang.
then think again, because Josephus describes the exact same event.
Was I?
Josephus says that Agrippa had reigned over Judea and came to the city of Caesarea, and he specifically says that Agrippa came into the theater where a severe pain also arose in his belly and began in a most
One in chat if you've come in a theater. Sorry,
violent manner.
Sorry.
He therefore looked upon his friends and said, "I whom you call a god am commanded presently to depart this life, and I, who was by you called immortal, am immediately to be hurried away by death." So Herod Agrippa I is immediately judged by God for his blasphemy, and I think that the reason for this is in the text itself. It says that after Agrippa I is eaten by worms and died, that the word of God continues to spread and flourish. And so, as not to hinder the message of Jesus that is going out, God immediately judges Agrippa I. The next major event that takes place in Caesarea is covered in Acts 23 through 26, where Paul is imprisoned and tried in Caesarea. Acts 23 says, "When the cavalry arrived in Caesarea, they delivered the letter to the governor and handed Paul over to him. Then he ordered that Paul be kept under guard in Herod's palace."
Okay, so behind me here is a pool and the mosaics from the excavations of Ehud Netzer, who started excavating the palace of Herod the Great in 1976. And the ruins stretch out this way as well, which are very significant because we're told in the New Testament that the Apostle Paul was imprisoned in Herod's palace.
Beneath the main courtyard of the palace is a large water cistern discovered by the Israel Antiquities Authority, and next to it they put up a sign, which reads, "The underground structure you see here served as a T-shaped water cistern in the interior courtyard of the palace. After the time of Herod, the cistern was turned into a prison. According to scholars, this may be the place where Paul the Apostle was imprisoned."
Oof.
Next to the palace where Paul was imprisoned is the Hippodrome. Herod purposely had the southern end of the Hippodrome built up against his palace to serve as a tribunal, and this is likely where Paul stood trial. So the book of Acts tells us that Paul is tried 3 times in Caesarea, and in his final trial, he's pleading his case before Festus, who is the Roman governor, and in front of Herod Agrippa II, who is the son of Herod Agrippa I and the great-grandson of Herod the Great.
So I'm standing in the Hippodrome here at Caesarea, and this is built up against the backside of the Roman palace. And so it's believed that when there was an audience given from the palace connected to it, that this is where that would have taken place. That makes this the most probable place where the Apostle Paul gave his testimony to King Agrippa II. King Agrippa II is the great-grandson of Herod the Great. And when Paul is given this opportunity to speak to him, what does he do? He gives his testimony. He tells his story about how he was on the way to Damascus when he met the risen Lord. And so it was right here where he finishes that testimony and he says to Agrippa II, "Do you believe the prophets? I know you do." And then Agrippa II says to Paul, "Do you think that you can convince me to be a Christian in such a short period of time?" And Paul says, not only to him, but the others in the audience, "I hope that you become like me," meaning a Christian, except for these chains.
So think about who the audience is that Paul is talking to. He's talking to these Romans. He's talking to the son of the one who was eaten by worms for his blasphemy. And he's talking to the great-grandson of Herod the Great, who built the city of Caesarea for the worship of Augustus Caesar. And so you couldn't have a more hostile setting for Paul to speak to. And what does he do? He boldly proclaims Christ. And he ends it by saying, I pray that not only you, meaning Herod Agrippa, but all of you would become as I am, a Christian, except for these chains. And what's truly amazing about this is that this is what is going to happen with Caesarea. But what's happening at this point is the gospel of Jesus is spreading throughout Caesarea, and so the Roman authorities have to fight against this. And the way they try to stop it is by torturing and killing Christians. The early church historian Eusebius, who lived in Caesarea, in his book The Church History, reported some of the many martyrdoms at Caesarea. An example of this says, 3 prominent confessors of Christ at Caesarea were also crowned with martyrdom by becoming food for wild beasts. Another example tells us that at Caesarea, Marinus, honored with high rank in the army, was accused of being a Christian and did not sacrifice to the emperors. Marinus was asked to choose, and when he steadfastly confessed his Christianity, he was beheaded for his witness to Christ. So the Romans are executing Christians for their faith, and all somebody has to do to escape this punishment is worship the emperor and curse Christ. This practice is described by Pliny, a Roman governor, in a letter to the emperor in around AD 112. Pliny says, "In the case of those who were denounced to me as Christians, those who offered prayer with incense and wine to your image, and moreover cursed Christ, these I thought should be discharged."
In this way, I don't know what God would prefer. You to die for him, or for you to pretend and then try to secretly, like when you're living, secretly convert other people, like an underground like a ministry. I don't know what he would prefer, because if you're dead, you can't keep being useful. I don't know. I don't know. Because a lot of times, it's like, I've seen in the Bible too, it's like, do as they say, not as they do, and God knows your heart. So would they have been better off just saying what allows them to live while believing and doing the opposite in secret? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. What is Matthew 10:33? Whoever disowns me before others, I will disown before my Father in heaven. But what if you don't actually believe it? I don't know. Like, in your heart, you don't disown. I don't know. Luckily, I don't think that's something we have to worry about today. Hopefully. Not
Those who
yet
persisted,
anyways.
I ordered executed. So the message of Jesus, what it does is it undermines the authority of the Romans. They have to
32. So then what happens if you do both? Is if you deny him to the people that want to execute you just to not get executed, and then you spread the knowledge and try to convert others in secret after that point because you lived. I don't know. It's like, I feel like it would be what's in your heart at that point, maybe.
to try to stop this. Nobody is going to be worshiping the emperors if they're worshiping Jesus. And so this is affecting the temple worship, it's affecting the culture and the religion and everything. And so they come against it at full force and they try to stop it. But here's the thing.
Why didn't the disciples lie to save their lives? And they did. What do you mean they did? They did not, they denied they even knew Jesus.
Is that the gospel is so powerful, it can't be stopped. And even though the punishment is so severe and the persecution so widespread, it seems like the more persecution, the more people become Christians. And so things get rather desperate as they make everything more and more intense, but they can't hold back the gospel, and eventually it takes over. The excavations in Caesarea on
Before the resurrection? Yeah, but they still denied him.
this Temple Mount platform
Even though they believed he was Jesus, they pretended they didn't know him.
really bear witness to the transformation that Caesarea went through. Because what they found there was at some point after the Byzantine period begins, the temple to Augustus Caesar is destroyed by fire, and over the top of that destruction is built a huge octagonal church.
They redeemed themselves by spending the rest of life glorifying the Lord. That's what I'm saying. Like, what if the people who were they're talking about like they were martyrs basically, you know, who were trying to convert their people and died for it. Like, what if they just pretended and then still went on to keep converting people and spreading the word? I don't know. I'm just
See the
wondering
walls
about their
of the
situation.
octagonal church here,
What would
and
have
then
been
I see
better?
outer walls also in the shape.
Not that it matters, they're dead, but I'm just curious.
The same
From
shape.
a philosophical standpoint.
This is where the temple to Augustus Caesar stood, who was worshipped in his lifetime as a god, as a divine king. And then later in history, through the gospel, the message of who Jesus is and what he had done for mankind, this pagan temple was destroyed, and raised in its place was a Christian church where the true divine king was worshipped.
We've already seen that Paul tells his testimony in Caesarea. In other words, he's telling the story of his own transformation. And that's really what we've done here in this video, is we've told the story of Caesarea, and it goes like a testimony. This is what Caesarea used to be. It used to be this pagan stronghold of Judea. But then Jesus came to Caesarea and transformed it, and it became, over time, through a lot of persecution, but over time, it became not only a Christian city, but one of the most influential Christian cities in the world. So I began this video talking about the harbor that Herod the Great built at Caesarea, and he did this to provide this direct connection between Rome and really bring Rome to Judea. And that message was this, it was that these mere men, these emperors, and
So you're telling me that the Jews and the Pope are all the same? Makes sense. Makes sense.
their pride were proclaiming themselves to be God and worthy of worship. But what happened is that God turned that around and used the harbor in the opposite way to bring the message of Jesus from Judea out to Rome and to the rest of the world. And that message was quite different. It was that God himself in humility had become a man and even humbled himself to the point of dying on a cross so that men could be forgiven their sins. This is what makes what is unclean clean. And this is the message that went out from Caesarea in power and continues to spread around the world to
The same as in what? Power. Who holds the power? In the end of the day.
this day.
I mean,
Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. It really helps get this information out for us. Also, I'm going to leave a list of links in the description where you can order a copy of my book, where you can leave a tax-deductible donation, and where you can...
The transfer of power. But that's more of a conspiracy theory. Less history, more conspiracy. I like this channel though. It's interesting. It's interesting videos. I like seeing the archaeological places. Yeah, I don't like Catholicism. Sorry if you're Catholic. Nothing against you. Just don't like the way that that religion is structured. It doesn't feel very Christ-like. You shouldn't have to go through a human to talk to the Lord. That's not what Christ taught. So it's weird that they try to classify themselves as Christian. But anyways. Yeah, you shouldn't have to go anywhere or go through anybody. You shouldn't have to get on your knees and confess to another human inside of a box. It's very cult-like. Very weird power dynamic. Oh, what's the new Ocarina of Time remake people are talking about?
Long ago, there was a land called Hyrule, created by beings of supreme divinity. At the very edge of this kingdom, there lay a small forest. Within it, an ancient solitary tree quietly watched over the inhabitants of the forest. These forest dwellers were called the
I wonder
Kokiri.
where my ocarina is.
Each
I think
had a
it's at the
family
other house.
companion, and they lived out their innocent lives in these woods. However, there was one particular boy who did not have a fairy.
Oh shit, his hair is shiny! Birds are like, what are you doing? Is there another bird in here? Nintendo Direct. Is this the same thing or is it different?
Long ago.
I guess the same thing. These are concepts, fan concepts. It's all the footage they're showing though? Kind of lame. Hmm. This is a year ago, so I don't think this is it. I think it's another fan-made thing. Yeah. Hmm. Oh well. Hmm. Ooh. What is this?
We just got this absolutely massive leak sent to us from a viewer in our Discord server, basically breaking down a ton of brand new Pokemon that we're going to see in the Pokemon Winds and Waves Pokedex. Now in this leak, we have a potential starter evolutions, we have new regional forms, new evolutions, even brand new species of Pokemon entirely. So in this video, me and Fundoris are going to break all this stuff down. And I think if this leak is real, this is extremely hype information right here because it tells us that the Pokedex in this game is going to give us over 200 brand new Pokemon, and the regional dex will include over 600 total Pokemon, including the new ones, which I think is pretty good because we've definitely had some pretty small Pokedex in recent games. So 600 Pokemon doesn't sound too bad to me. But real quick before we get into it, I'm trying to get to 40,000 subscribers on my channel, so if you guys don't mind helping me out, man, it's all leaks come from 4chan recently, so it is always fun to talk about these. But starting off, man, it says 200 plus brand new Pokemon in this game, like I said, as well as 600 plus Pokemon in the main Pokedex. So that number isn't even including like possible DLC, stuff like that, because I would imagine we're probably going to get like 2 DLC in this game. So over 600 in the main game is a crazy number, like I said. I know there was a time that we had every single Pokemon in every game, but hey man, with over 1,000 Pokemon nowadays, we got to take what we can get. And then it says we're not getting a brand new type in this game, which is contrary to some other leaks that we had saying that we were going to get a possible light type or something along those lines. But he also says here no new Mega Evolutions, which we already knew that from a long time ago. We had a Centro tweet, I'm pretty sure, saying that we weren't going to have any brand new Mega Evolutions in this game. So honestly, I mean, I wasn't really expecting us to have any brand new Mega Evolutions in the first place.
Something that is really interesting though is apparently there is an item bag in the game that allows you to carry a Mega Stone or something like that in some sort of early build of the game, which is probably just there for testing stuff out, because I highly doubt there will be Mega Evolutions in this game. Even in like a DLC, I just can't imagine them introducing that into this game, so it was probably some sort of just placeholder item, but maybe they were thinking about putting Mega Evolutions in this game originally, because of course with Legends ZA, they put a lot of time and effort and money into creating a lot of new Mega Evolutions. So early on, people were kind of thinking, what if they're going to put Mega Evolutions into Generation 10 as well, and the other Battle Evolution gimmicks on top of that, just to be like some sort of, I guess you could say, love song or paying homage to all the generations. Something that I just came up with that would be so awesome is if they were actually to put Mega Evolutions in post-game only, just like how they did in
was just coming to the legendary ability. Now, obviously the bird is, and we did actually one right here. These are both made by an artist named Suba. Dugo made a point, so it's going to be cool.
Not enough confirmed info in here. Moving on. I saw there was a new Pokemon series coming out soon or something. Like a peat, unless it was. Well, maybe there's not out discussed yet. I saw a post on Facebook. It's like Pichu and some other thing. This Surfetched. $2027. Stop motion animation project. Surfetched and Pichu. The Misadventures. It's like an Egg and Sir Duncan version, maybe. Pokemonified. Interesting stuff. Oh shit! What's up? Thanks for the sub. Oh yeah, I forgot I was watching this. Eh. When we're on Squirtle. I don't know what to listen to though while I do that. This one's too boring for me. And you get a monster too. Nothing sounds interesting right now. Let me look in the Discord. Did I watch this one? I don't remember. 4 days ago.
I met an intelligence official. We'll refer to as Scott, who was a high-level intelligence official, mostly focused on counterterrorism. Had a really high-level career.
Great Scott.
And he ended up on a mission in the Middle East and came back, and he had an illness. And very long story short, they identified a parasite in his brain, and he had a brain surgery to try to relieve swelling and try to save his life. And while he was recuperating from this brain surgery, he had an experience that he couldn't explain, where he felt like he had bilocated. Like he felt like while laying stationary, he went somewhere else. Like he saw it all in his mind's eye. Like he felt like he was somewhere else. And at first, he and his wife just simply thought he was losing his mind from the brain surgery, like that he was, it messed him up and he was just like hallucinating. But then it happened again, and he started socializing this with some of his intelligence friends, and one of them said, what you're explaining is something called remote viewing. People are trained to do that, to use their mind's eye to go somewhere else. He had never even heard of remote viewing. So sends him down this rabbit hole. And that friend of his connected him with someone who used to work for the CIA, who knows a lot about this. And that person asked him if he had ever had a UAP encounter. He said he didn't think so. The former CIA official said, why don't you talk to your parents and ask them if anything happened when you were young? Scott's father had passed, so he talked to his mother, and his mother actually, without missing a beat, was like, yeah, I remember when you were a kid. It was like when he was like 6 or 7 or something like that. I really can't remember. It was under 10. Saw a UFO, and apparently it came out of a body of water, like a lake or a pond near their house, and he witnessed it very close. He ran home and he told his parents about it. The mother reminds him, starts jogging his memory, that the day after this event, a couple guys from Air Force Office of Special Investigation showed up to talk to him. And the mom apparently said, leave my kid alone, he's his kid. But the dad took him in the backyard with these 2 Air Force guys, and they talked for a while. And that was like the last the mom had heard of it. So she's like jogging Scott's memory. And then after that, it sent him down a little bit of a rabbit hole investigating his past. And he, again, long story short, I'm really summarizing here. Long story short, he found a collection of files that his father had, and it was broken down by the years of his life, Scott's life. And yeah, so it's like Scott year 7, Scott year 8. And inside was his medical records and his education records. And then shockingly, he found enlistment paperwork in the U.S. Air Force as a child, which he had absolutely no memory of. Imagine seeing that. You're like, is this like a made up document?
Do you remember
what is
what
this?
state he was in?
Yeah.
Can you say it or no?
I probably shouldn't. I probably should keep those details. So this guy in real life, Scott, is someone I was introduced to from someone in my film, and he is writing a tell-all memoir right now. And Simon & Schuster is the publisher. And
Schuster.
I don't know when it's going to be complete or when it's going to come out, but his full story is in this. And I've gotten to know him and his wife and his kids and spent a lot of time with them. And it is just the most bombshell, singular story I've ever heard in my life. And not only did he find enlistment paperwork in the U.S. Air Force, but he also found his discharge paperwork. And the service code on there, when he looked it up, was Space Communications Intelligence. And the base he was assigned to was the old Space Command base at that time. Yeah. And then he, like any reasonable, intelligent person would do, he kind of just went on a mission to try to piece together his past. And he started finding this massive cover up. In those records was his excused absences from school for weeks at a time. He doesn't remember any of it. The school, when he contacted the school, the school's records were missing. There's all these other things about his past that as he started to look into, it became clear he was a part of something as a kid after this UAP event. And then it was all covered up, and something caused him to forget all this. Then the brain surgery brought all these memories back. And then just to skip to sort of like the end of this story, when he started socializing this to some of his high-level intelligence official friends, he found his life in jeopardy, and there were a couple attempts to end his life. And fortunately that stopped. And now he's around to tell his story. But it's a remarkable story, and and likely it'll lead to us all learning about a part of our past that's been hidden, and these biological, the UAP encounter he had, maybe, I guess there's two ways you can look at it. Maybe the encounter left him with this ability, like it gave him a biological effect gave him this ability to somehow use his mind in a way that average people don't. Maybe it just like turned on something that's in all of us already. Maybe it sort of like heightened an ability that had been sort of like dormant, repressed or whatever, dormant. Those are kind of like, the two thoughts, right? But either way, it seems that event led to him being recruited into a program that worked with young people, kids that had encounters. I mean, clearly it was a cause and effect. Saw UAP next day, the Air Force guy show up to talk to him about it.
Right.
So,
the same thing happened in Rendlesham, right?
Yeah. After there was an event at Rendlesham. So for those that don't know, Rendlesham. When people say Rendlesham, it's really referring to the Rendlesham Forest in the UK. Right. There was a joint military UK base there in the 80s. It was called, I think it was called RAF Bentwaters. Steve, is that correct?
That sounds right.
RAF Bentwaters. I think that was the name of the base. It was a joint UK-US base. At the time, in the 80s, it had the largest stockpile of nuclear weapons in Europe. Very specific set of circumstances, and RAF Woodbridge. Yeah, okay. RAF. Is it RAF Woodbridge?
There's a couple of them. Bentwater and Woodbridge is another one.
Yeah.
Which one had the UFO incident? Is your mic on, or can we hear you talking on the mics, or no?
The events occurred just outside of Woodbridge.
Okay.
UFO landings.
So, simply put, there was a joint UK military base in this area of the English countryside. And at the time, they had this massive stockpile of nuclear weapons. And there was a UAP incident there where apparently multiple crafts came down from the sky one night and were hovering around the nuclear weapon sites, like right above where nukes were hidden underground. And a number of the base security guards and the base commander went out and saw these things in the woods around the base, and some of them got very close to them. One of these guards ended up having a lot of negative biological effects, heart issues and some other medical issues as a result of the contact with this technology, being close to it. And interestingly, also similar to the Scott story, the day after, a mysterious unmarked plane landed on the base, according to the base commander, who I spoke to personally, and people that identify themselves as being a part of Air Force Office of Special Investigation and of the CIA talked to the witnesses, brought them into a private room, spoke to them, interrogated them, asked them a lot of questions. Years later, those witnesses told the base commander, many years later, told them that they were given some kind of serum. Now, whether that was to like erase memories or like whether it was a true serum, who knows?
Yeah.
But they all told this base commander that that's what happened. And there's a number of people who have had encounters on bases who then were promptly put in a room with people from Air Force Office of Special Investigation, OSI it's called, and people from the CIA who basically just asked them a million questions and then ultimately told them never to talk about it. So, look, the Air Force and the CIA's role in this is well documented. People have been talking about it for years. But the overlap with consciousness, remote viewing, and this is a really interesting intersection, And if you accept the fact that remote viewing is real, as crazy as it sounds, if you accept that it's real, then why would you stop? Why would you draw a line there and be like, oh, that's where it stops? You can remotely you can make your mind's eye wander to a remote location, but you can't communicate remotely. It doesn't seem like that it doesn't feel like a bridge too far for me.
If you enjoy watching our show on Spotify or YouTube and you want to be more involved, I encourage you to please come check out our Patreon community. Not only does our Patreon community get every episode you see on YouTube early, fully uncensored, and ad-free, but we're also doing Patreon exclusive episodes.
Why didn't you take me to the full video? You just took me to the channel.
I met an intel.
Fail. I'm too lazy for that right now. Or rather too busy for that. Oh, fuck. He thinks he went to Atlantis.
So Critias the Younger then presented the story in the Socratic Forum, and let's see who else was there. Timaeus, Critias, Plato, and Socrates, of course.
When you say Socratic Forum,
Socrates.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's quite literally like in his forum itself.
I travel a lot, but there's always these other places I'm going, you know? Like I just got back from the Azores.
How was that?
Oh, it's awesome. A couple of weeks out there in the mid-Atlantic, looking for any remains I could find of Atlantis.
Oh, you were looking for Atlantis in the Azores. That's a great way to start this off. What's the evidence there?
Oh, well, you got to go back to the source. Plato. You've heard of Plato,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Considered to be the greatest metaphysician of Western civilization, right? Yeah, so he wrote two dialogues, Timaeus and Critias, and that's where pretty much 97.5% of all the info we have on Atlantis comes from those two dialogues of Plato. And I've made a pretty thorough study of his work, particularly focused on that for decades now. And what I decided to do, let me put some context here. If you go back to some of there was like a 19th century Atlantean revival based upon the work of Ignatius Donnelly, who was a congressman from Minnesota, who ran for Congress, won his seat in Congress, went to Washington, but his primary motive was so that he could go there and do research in the Library of Congress. So he spent a lot of time in the Library of Congress and did a lot of research, and he came back and he wrote two books on Atlantis. Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, I think it was called, and the other one was Ragnarok, the Age of Fire and Gravel. So in the first one, he talks about evidence that could be consistent with the potential island civilization in the middle of the Atlantic, which is kind of where Plato pretty much put it, you know, in fact, very explicitly put it in the mid-Atlantic. And that sort of triggered a revival of interest in Atlantis that a lot of people sort of picked up on it. And there was a lot of books written on the subject over the next, say, until the 1970s. And most of them followed Plato's description, which very explicitly placed it in the mid-Atlantic, right? So then in the 1970s, we had some geologists weigh in, and there was a book published, I think it was 1977, called Atlantis, Fact or Fiction. And in that book, you had a group of geologists basically laying out why Plato would have been wrong. It couldn't have been there in the mid-Atlantic because what we knew about the Atlantic Ocean excluded any possibility of there being a landmass there of any substantial size, and declared definitively that Atlantis, you know, whether it was fact or fiction, it would have been fiction, and that he meant it merely as a socio-political allegory for his concept of what the ideal civilization would have been, and why an ideal civilization would fall into decline. It was primarily because they became imperialistic, and he describes how they came in from the Atlantic and invaded the region of the Mediterranean Sea, and tried to subjugate all of the peoples living in cultures inside the Mediterranean. And then what I call the Proto-Athenians, because we're talking about a period of time that was about 11,600 years ago. Plato is very explicit about the date that he gives. And
Which
the
correlates, interesting, with a certain time period.
Absolutely, it does. And we can circle back to that if you want. But
hey guys, 3 quick things. Number 1, if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. It's a huge, huge help. Number 2, if you'd like to join my Patreon for early uncensored releases of the full episodes, you can join via the link in my description or in the pinned comment below. And number 3, if you'd like to join my clipping community for a chance to
I don't want any of it.
This is how
you can join via the Discord link in my description below.
So he describes how the forerunners of the Athenians, who, this is Plato he's explicating on what the ancient Egyptian priests told Solon, who was an Athenian poet, lawgiver, philosopher, etc., who went on a self-imposed, he left Athens on he banished himself from Atlantis. From Athens. Thank you. And went to Egypt, and while in Egypt, he was discoursing with the elderly priests there, telling about all the things that they knew in Greece at the time. And one of the elderly priests said, "You Hellenes, you Greeks, are really just like children. You don't know about all of the stuff that really went down. For example, you know only about one flood. We know about at least 3 great floods." And he went on, and then proceeded to narrate the story of Atlantis to Solon, and Solon came back then to Athens and then narrated the story to, I believe it was his nephew, who then passed it down to his son. Let's see, it was Dropidas, and then it ended up Critias the elder, then Critias the younger, and it was Critias the younger who then narrated the story in the Socratic Forum that Plato describes, right? John?
Joe.
Okay, Joe is nodding his head, so Joe obviously knows about this.
Yeah,
right?
he knows what's up. This is a cultured man over here.
That's, that makes me suspicious, because whenever somebody, he could be a reincarnated Atlantean. Have you ever looked at his background?
It's funny. There's nothing known about Joseph D. Philippus before the year 2019. Really? And that's very strange to me. I don't know if he's a time traveler. I'm not ruling it out, but he's keeping himself off camera right now too. He's not putting his camera on. I don't like it.
Okay, I get it. Okay, well, we'll have to look into that. So, anyhow, so Critias the Younger then presented the story in the Socratic Forum, and let's see who else was there: Timaeus, Critias, Plato, and Socrates, of course.
When you say Socratic Forum,
Socrates.
Yeah. Okay, so that's quite literally like in his forum itself, or is that like a name for a type of forum they would have?
Well, I think it could be used now as a type of forum, but it obviously comes from Socrates himself, and Socrates was there, kind of leading the whole discussion. See. Anyhow, so then back to what happened. The development in the 1970s was that. The geologists weighed in and said, the geology just doesn't work here. So the conclusion was, the title of the book, Atlantis, Fact or Fiction. The conclusion was, it's fiction, that Plato pretty much made it up, again, allegorically. But then you had other people looking at it and said, so let's consider that Atlantis might have been somewhere else than where Plato seems to place it, right? So the prime candidate was the island of Santorini that had there was a volcano. Now let me see, was it Terra the volcano, Santorini the island? I think that was it. I think it was Santorini was the island. The name of the volcano was Terra, T-H-E-R-A. If Joe is looking it up. And it erupted, would have been 900 years before Plato's time, I believe, which would have put it about 1,000 BC.
1600 BC, Joe, you said?
What was it?
1600 BC.
Okay, so it was 900 years before Solon's time.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Solon was 600 BC.
So they thought Atlantis could have been in Santorini. I mean, Santorini's like not off the beaten path. I mean, it's like right there.
Right there. Yeah. It is right there. But that has been the primary candidate. But to make it work, then you have to say, okay, well, Plato didn't really mean outside the Pillars of Hercules, which is the Straits of Gibraltar, which separates the Mediterranean from the Atlantic. It wasn't really there. It was somewhere else, and they had to look around, and they said, okay, maybe these 2 rocks here were what he meant, the Pillars of Hercules. And Plato was off by an order of magnitude. He got confused, and instead of 900 years, it was 9,000 years. Okay, so that became the prime candidate. But then over the next few decades after that, I mean, you see it being proposed all over the place. Turkey, even Antarctica, Britain. I mean, there was a list of at least a dozen places that, and each author and researcher had their own own explanation for why this place would have been Atlantis or could have been Atlantis.
What was like the explanation for whichever author wrote that it could have been in Britain? Like what
could have been what?
Did you say Britain was one of them?
Yeah, actually the Celtic Shelf,
okay,
which is an area off the coast of Britain that is now drowned under the ocean. Well, because remember, we're talking, when we're going back 12,000 years or longer, we're in the middle of an ice age.
Yes.
And that ice age, there was more ice, more than double the amount of glacial ice on the world than there is today.
This is when we're switching from like Pleistocene to Holocene?
That's right.
Okay.
Good. The man has been doing his homework.
Well, don't give me too much credit because I always forget. Like that's like the scientific term for it, because it's a literal change in actual, say, geology of the Earth as far as what we can see.
It was an extreme climatical change that occurred, and the thing that defined it was the Younger Dryas, which you've heard of.
Oh yeah, I've heard you talk about that a lot.
Yeah, so the Younger Dryas was this climate catastrophe. It lasted about 1,300 years. It started just a little bit this side of 12,900 years ago, and it was over suddenly. We're actually going to look at some graphs of this in a bit. It was over suddenly at 11,600 years ago. And one of the things that happened at the very end of the Younger Dryas was there was a massive melting event. And that, of course, then introduced a huge volume of meltwater into the global oceans, which caused an accelerated sea level rise. So if you look up Meltwater Pulse 1b, Joe, Meltwater Pulse 1b, I think you'll see that it's dated to right at 11,600 years ago, give or take, maybe a century.
And by the way, for everyone else out there, Randall has the HDMI today, so we're going to be looking through a lot of PowerPoints that he has. So if you don't see Joe pulling up things, that's why. We have it in there, so there'll be plenty of information coming out.
Cool, yeah.
Oh, cool. All right, so we'll at least have it in here. But what did we get anything on that? Perfect. So Meltwater Pulse 1b, an episode of rapid post-glacial sea level rise hypothesized to have occurred between approximately 1,100 or 11,500 and 11,200 years ago at the end of the Younger Dryas period?
I think the refined dates that I've been looking at put it closer to 11,500.
Okay.
But
it lasts 300 years, give or take?
But what happened was you had this rapid pulse, and then it didn't just diminish all at once.
Yeah.
So it sort of declined over a period of several centuries.
Got it.
But it looks like the initial pulse of meltwater was very rapid. And so this is at 11,600. So that works out to be precisely Plato's date that he gives in his dialogues multiple times, not just once. So if he made a mistake, he made it multiple times. And, the Egyptian priests are very explicit and say, yes, we preserved this story in our sacred registers from 8,000 and 9,000 years ago, right? So anyways, I look at that and I go, okay, so Plato places the subsidence of Atlantis 11,600 years ago, which is within a few decades of a massive meltwater pulse.
Right.
When sea level would have been rapidly rising. Now, to get into a little geophysics here, when you have surface loading, mass loading, whether it's on the oceans or on the continents, the crust of the Earth is not perfectly rigid. It gives. In the same way we're sitting on these cushioned chairs. I made this analogy for Rogan one time. I said, right now, if you were to try to understand what isostatic depression is, this is the term for this. Everybody knows about continental drift, which is lateral movement. Less known is isostatic, which is vertical movement. And I said, right now, Joe, you're you're sitting on a cushioned chair and your ass is causing isostatic depression. And I think he got that. I think he understood that then using.
I almost feel the earth moving right now on my ass a little bit. That's good. Thank you guys for watching the episode. If you haven't already, please hit that subscribe button and smash that like button on the video. They're both a huge, huge help. And if you would like to follow me on Instagram and X, those links are in my description below.
Let's reverse this. There we go. Hello. I'm making a Charmander right now. I saw Poke and Chill.
So Critias the
do a window for my pattern and my reference. Let's see. We're on step 5 right now. Get what picture of Squirtle do I want? Let me do a PNG. This looks pretty good. Oh, why is it not? I need to save the actual file. It's saved as like the stupid background. There. Okay. Increasing. Yeah. Tighter. Mm-hmm. Char. My son. Sorry, didn't mean to punch you. Meh. There you go. Get in there. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna put a marker here. Six. increase. Come on. 2. 4. 5. Do my increase. Proceed. Give me my yard. bad. No. Woo. Put a marker in. Pink. The flower. Got his head. I think it's his head at the beginning. At the top of his head. Either the top or the back. So we just completed step 6. Now we're going to move on to step 7. Do an increase first. And 5 SC. Orange. I drew go. Yeah, starting on the head. It always looks pointy at first. Yeah, not. It is started pointy too. I did upgrade. Look, I got a yarn winder. Now it's not in a tangled mess on the floor. So it begins. Yes, indeed. I am a grandma. But I'm a grandma with my boobs out. So, gilf. Alright. Babs and boobs. That'll be my crochet podcast. You believe I'm an old soul? That's what someone told me when I was 7. Once I was 7 years old. How old were they? Like, I don't know, 50? Accept it? Accept that I'm old? I am. It's true. Ancient. What's useless? The new things? Holds the yarn and it makes it not messy. So like this spins, it comes out. This can also hold your phone if you're looking at a reference on the go, like a pattern on your phone. And then also when you don't want to do it, you don't want to continue, you can put both things in here, set it aside. We're at 3 right now. And this thing counts my stitches and rows too. It's nice. Occasionally gets twisty. The formula is a single crochet in each stitch. So we're doing regular stitches 42 times for the next rows 8 through 11, so 8, 9, 10, that's 4 rows, yeah? Yeah. Okay. 2, 3. 6, 7. Yes. Do I live in an aviary? Basically. Yeah. There we go. Huzzah! First. Let's roll 8. Purple marker. It's coming along. This color's so pretty. I'm writing out my pattern marks, making sure that I match what the pattern is saying. I mark where you are on each round, so that way if you like mess up and have to undo stuff, you can without losing yourself completely. It's only pointy because we don't have it, the rest of it done, and when it gets stuffed, it'll be like the Charmander. This is what Charmander looked like at first. It was pointy. It'll stretch. Bum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Do this for row 9, 10, 11. Okay. Yeah. This was 42. Oops. Pink. Okay, take a break from my hand. That's a lot of SCs. 42 in each row. Ugh. Would be on. So, to take a break, just pop both of these in here. Boom. So much better. How long will it take to complete? I don't know, maybe a week off and on. Char. Let's check on the zebra. Still at 15,000. Yep. Okay. Hasn't been bid on today. We'll see. Well, someone made a huge plushie.
I recently made my largest plushie ever, which is this king-size turtle, and yes, it's actually as big as a king-size bed. I used 29 skeins of yarn total. Specifically, I used 9 skeins of Premier Parfait XL in the color emerald for the shell, and 20 skeins of Premier Parfait XL in the color light blue for the rest of the body. For stuffing, I needed around
Imagine making a giant blue turtle and not making it Squirtle colored.
20 pounds of polyfill, roughly 16 pounds for the body and 4 pounds for the head. I was commissioned to make this turtle for a seaweed snack company, and I sold it for $1,000. It took me around 2 months to make this turtle, but only 1 month of actual crocheting because I did take a lot of breaks in between. I plan on driving and delivering the turtle myself since it's super expensive to ship. And lastly, I did write down the pattern for this turtle, and it will be coming out soon, so stay tuned. I recently made my largest plushie ever, which is this king-size turtle, and yes, to make this turtle
$1,000? That's it? They scammed her. For a company? You got scammed, girl. I should have charged way more. Especially for a YouTube channel with almost 300k subscribers.
I
Scam.
recently made my largest plushie ever, which is this king-size turtle, and yes, it's actually as big as a king-size bed. I used 29 skeins of yarn total. Specifically, I used
I'm not
9
on the
skeins
video
of
anymore.
Premier-
Why are you still playing it in the background somewhere? Weird. Whoa. They're so vibrant. Sheesh. I don't really see much of a difference. It feels like, I guess, one of the more highlights so far, but just seems like the same thing with extra steps. What was the point? Okay. Like, you could have just changed the highlight part of the other one. I don't know, if you wanted lighter. I thought this was Squirtle's Day at the beach. Where is... Oh, there's Squirtle for a second. He barely comes in the frame midway through video. Kind of a lazy video of Squirtle's Day at the beach. Ooh. Ooh. So mossy. So dense. Even the fence is moss covered. That's so pretty. I think that's the mossiest forest I've seen so far. Whoa, this is new fence. Ooh. Mahogany. Maybe. I don't know. Looks nice. I can't tell if the birds are in my room or in the video. We've got surround sound, I guess. Also, I'm really sad right now. Well, not really sad. I'm disappointed that... Hold on, I'll show you. There's finally bluebirds for sale, but they're insectivores and fruit eaters. So I can't add them to my aviary because I'm not going to change the whole feeding system for 2 birds. They're not the type that eat seeds, unfortunately. I know. It's really unfortunate. But they're pretty. Where were they? This one, blue-gray, blue, like blue-silvery insectivore. And there was one more too. That unless it's sold out already. It might have sold out. I think there's one left of it. But yeah. I think it was a turquoise, whatever the fuck. When we build a bigger aviary property, it's fine. This one. Isn't it cute? But again, insectivore and fruit eater. So it wouldn't mesh well with the seed eaters. It's a cute ass bird though. Make it bigger. Unfortunately, though, it will not work out. I mean, they have this one, but it's like, it's not blue enough because it's also brown. And I'm like, it's only kind of blue, you know? I don't know. He's meh. This is a parrot finch. They're extremely annoying, even though they're really pretty. I don't need anything more annoying than Nigel. He's already pretty shrilly. I have the saffron finch. I have the strawberry finch. That's the one that's very shrill. Nigel. But yeah. Oh, what is this thing? Wait, which color is it? I didn't see this before. Oh, there's no male, that's why I didn't see it. I was only looking for males. Are females green, I guess? Oh no. Male is glossy blue, but female are olive green. Oh yeah, so that's female. Yeah, males are usually flashier in their sing. They singeth. La 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 la. The search continues. My project after I'll just play the video. My project after the starters, I've already started collecting yarn for. Isn't she adorable? This duck.
This is March 7th of the Animal Crossing Day Calendar, and we got
She's
2
so
birthdays
cute.
today. Let's look at Molly for this video. She's a normal duck villager that made her
She's
first
so
appearance in Animal Crossing New Leaf. The name Molly is a deviation of the word mallard, otherwise known as a wild duck. Speaking of ducks, her portrait in New Leaf
I
says,
was never able
like
to get
water
her
off
for
a
my
duck's
island.
back. This statement is true. Ducks secrete a special preening fluid that allows their feathers to remain dry even after diving underwater. Did you know in Animal Crossing Pocket Camp you can obtain a fortune cookie item?
Anyways. I can make different outfits for her, but I'm gonna make her green dress as her default one. Yeah, Animal Crossing. I was never able to find her for my island, but she's always been my favorite. I love her. She's just so adorable. And mine's gonna be fuzzy, so it'll look like this texture yarn. Where it's like furry. Like duckling downy feathers vibe. She's a duck! Yes. Duck. Ducky wucky. I don't design the patterns, I just find one on Etsy. I already found one for her. So cute. Just so cute. Oh my gosh. Adorable. Kawaii. But yeah, I already got like a lot of the yarn for her. Look how fuzzy it is. It's so fuzzy. So fuzzy. And then this is like the darker color too that I got. She's like more coppery on top. And then I think I have a darker color coming in too. A darker brown fur. I was going to do like a blend into her markings. And then for her little cheeks, it's like a bright red orange. And then her bill, I wasn't sure if I wanted it more yellow or more orange. So I found one that's kind of like got dimensional shininess to it. So it's kind of like gold. And for her bill and feet. I have this option too, matte, but I kind of like this one. This one's cool. I think it'd go well with the fur. I'm waiting for a few more options to come in. She has no hands. Well, she's got little feather wing things, little wings, wing arms. But she's cute. She got little bright ass cheeks. They're so cute though. But so fuzzy. I think it's gonna be very cuddly. Fuzzy wuzzy. So cute. Man. Let's see. Ooh. Snowy Poke Park. It's like Christmas in Kanto. They look so cool. I want to go. I'm not sure about the food, but the Pokemon look great. So pretty. I like it. I've always want to watch these, but I don't want to spoil the whole park for myself. It's tough. Japan where? I don't know. Mm-hmm. 17 brown bears. Jeez. Just like that Disney movie, Brother Bear. They're so cute. I love them. They're just chilling. I had salmon for breakfast. I get it. Whoa, the fish, they be jumping, bro. That's crazy. He's just got his mouth open. He's waiting. Like, eventually someone will just jump right in here. Oh, he almost had that one. Come on, bro. They're right there. Just grab one. Maybe he's waiting for a really fat one. I don't know. Maybe they're picky. No, go back! Damn it. It moved. The camera moved. They're so cute. Is he still trying to get one? This looks like a different bear. He got one! Rah! Caught it. Look at him. He's so proud of himself. That's what we need. We need a multiplayer fishing game. But like a fun, easy one. Not like a super realistic with a bunch of different lures and all the baits and shit. Like an easy one. You just cruise around with like stupid graphics with your friends. You try to catch the biggest fish and then you slap each other with fish. That'd be fun. Super battlefish. That was a big salmon. Holy shit. Damn, he made it. Y'all in the wrong spot, mama. You gotta move over. They ain't coming up there. Move over a few feet. Anyways. There you go, mama. That's how you do it, mama. Get that fish. Or not. Woman, what are you doing? There she goes. There. Nailed it. It's all wiggling. Mm-hmm. Oh, camera shift. Bear. Key 9, Coda. The only time I've seen a bear in person was outside my window in the cabin we stayed in. Bears raided the cabin porch and front lawn. We're knocking around stuff on the patio. Or porch, I guess the porch, not patio. They were cute. Better the bears than an intruder. I saw cubs wrestling. It was adorable. But unfortunately, it was really dark, so my camera it picked up blurry blobs in the darkness. Nick might have got some good footage on his channel of him. I don't know if he had the light on or not. Oh, did she just catch another fish? Let me back up. Get it, mama. Grab that fish. Which one? Boom. Got it. All right. Telephone. 15,000 still. Cat TV. It's TV for cats. Cats everywhere are just going at their fucking TVs in stalking position. It's a cute ass bird fountain though, like a little setup. Could be AI though, I don't even know. I don't know anymore. It could be real. Pretty realistic reflection and shadows. Maybe just super saturated. Oh, forgot to look at online vet availability for Princess. Let me see. Um, Select appointment type. Don't have a preference. I could do 2:15 tomorrow. Maybe 2:30 just in case. No, let's do 2:15. She's fat. What's going on with your pet? She's fat. She's overweight. And her breeder recommended Purina. Overweight management. Kibble, which I need a prescription for. Great. She's fat. I read Kick Chat too. No, it's not my fault her metabolism slowed down after getting spayed. That dog doesn't play like that. Her play is let's just cuddle. She doesn't play fetch. She doesn't walk on a leash. She'll just dead weight and make you drag her. She doesn't want to go on the treadmill. She just wants to get belly scratches and look inside the chair cushions for lizards. That's literally all she wants to do. Whoa, never seen one of these. That's cool. You slowly climb till you can't no more. Like a hamster wheel for climbing. Jeez, look at him go like a monkey. That's crazy. Yeah, it's two different people, yeah. I noticed that too. He turned from Asian to white. Kind of crazy. But I mean, this is cool contraption. I've never seen it before. What is this? Is this the ocean? Or is this the sky? Might be the sky. I don't know. Okay. Let him cook. I'm gonna guess trees. Oh, we're doing the leaves of this. No, bird shit. No, we're drawing it now. Okay, we got more white. Oh, is this like a nighttime painting? Is this the moon? Why is the grass so yellow if it's nighttime though? Maybe it's the sun. It's so, I don't know. I can't tell. Maybe he'll make the grass more blue. Oh, fireflies maybe? I don't know actually. Maybe he's gonna make highlights in the grass. Maybe they're like dandelions or something. I don't know. I just don't think this should be that yellow if it's a nighttime scene, but maybe he'll fix it. We've got like a daytime up down here, nighttime up here. I don't know. I don't know if I like those reliefs, so they're kind of the other thing was better. Here he goes. That's better. No, actually, I can still see him. It's Patronus. Expecto Patronum! We're gonna do the glowy method like the moon. Oh, eh. Thought we were gonna do it around the deer. I don't know. I feel like it looks too busy now. I felt I sorry I liked it better here. I feel like we went a little too crazy with it. I don't know. We got a little crazy. Yeah, cool technique though. This is prettier. Spoons. Do 1.5 speed. I like the colors. Toothbrush. Interesting. Tree branch. A spoon. Whoa. Spooning. Okay, I can see the vision. Ooh, it's a pretty color. Spoons. Oh, we're making them more like flowers. Okay. Neato. That felt like a painting class you're supposed to follow along with. It's like anyone of any skill level could do this. Just put some blobs on. Use a toothbrush. I don't know. See, this is I prefer this type of art, I think. Much prettier. This remind me of Mufasa in this guy. Simba. Oil paints are so annoying to work with. I like acrylic and watercolor. Oil takes forever to dry, which is like pros and cons to that, I guess. But for me, I don't like it. Ooh, I like the green. It's pretty. Such a cool effect. Karate Kid, shut up. Stop feeling insecure just because you can't paint. Ooh, okay. You want to live in a little dilapidated shack, Drugo, where no one will bother you. You said you would love living in that house. It was a little tiny, like, rundown old farmhouse. It doesn't look like a nice cabin to me, but maybe we'll give benefit of the doubt. We'll say it's a fixer-upper. I say that because the fence posts are very old-fashioned. Literally like big sticks are hammered together. Rustic on country land usually means abandoned farmhouse. Rustic chic. Yes. It looks very chic. It's literally this type of shit. But the land is nice. Literally, like, the land is nice, though. Okay, it's okay. It's all right. We can fix it up. It's fine. It's okay. We'll work with it. Fool the thieves, yes. Yes. Speaking of invited, my niece keeps asking to see your daughter. It's like, when is she gonna come over? We're like, I don't know. That's a long way. It's like, why? Can she come next week? It's like, it's very demanding. No, sick. No. Hope she gets better soon. I wonder if he's looking at a photograph to, like, know where to put light. Because he keeps looking down. But he could just be looking at his paint thing palette, I guess. Or whatever. Looks like elk. Cool. I like it. It's so pretty. See? There's still a guy there though. That's Drugo fixing it up to be nice inside. That's Drugo right there. It's so pretty. Oh, you added flowers, a little patch of wildflowers in there. It's beautiful. All right, I should probably go to bed. I have a horse riding lesson in the morning. I'll see you guys. Probably. I don't know. Maybe I might shoot my lesson tomorrow. I'm not sure yet. Depends how tired I am when I wake up. Otherwise, I'll be on later. All right. Bye for now.